This is the beautiful city of Xiamen in southeastern China, and the futuristic Xiamen Fenghuang Gymnasium is our venue for the BWF TotalEnergies Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. First time that this prestigious tournament, into its 19th edition, has hit the shores here of Xiamen. This is effectively the Mixed Team World Championships, and it brings together the very best men and women in the sport. This is our tournament schedule for you. The first 5 days will comprise the group stages with 16 teams in 4 groups of 4, split into 2 sessions, 9:30 and 5 p.m. local time. And those sessions will continue into the quarterfinals and semis, and it all culminates in the finals. That is a week from now on Sunday, starting from 2 o'clock. But between now and then, plenty of action to look forward to, and these are the teams there for you in those 4 groups. The top 2 from each group will qualify for the quarterfinals. And because there will be a count back, if there are teams on equal points, every single match will count. So here at Court 2, this is what we've got in store for you. Indonesia will take on England. Earlier on today, we had Thailand hammering Hong Kong, China. Perhaps a slightly surprising score for some. Talking of surprises, can England spring one on the Indonesians? It is a massive ask. Team Indonesia have medalled 14 of the 18 editions. They won the very first Sudirman Cup. The tournament is named after an Indonesian, Dick Sudirman. So plenty of pressure on them, with some very familiar names, that there are a few missing through either injury or retirement from the last time we had the Sudirman Cup. Still a very, very strong squad indeed. And they'll be hoping to get over their worst run in the competition. 2 editions in a row where they have not medalled. This is a country where badminton is the #1 sport. Team England, only once in their 16 participations of this event have they progressed beyond the group stages. That was back in 2007. Who beat them in the semis? It was Indonesia. Not so many familiar names here. The best players in Elaine and Vendi, not available for this one through injury. So they know they have it all to do. But you can argue the pressure is off them. The expectation with Indonesia to win this and win it comfortably. Let's go through the order of play here then. We start with men's doubles, and it's the former world #1 pair of Fajar Alfian and Muhammad Rian Ardianto. They won the All England last year. They take on Rory Easton and Alex Green. They were finalists at the Polish Open earlier in 2025. In women's doubles, we've got the 2019 World Junior Championship runners-up, and also the 2023 Aussie Open winners. Febriana Dwi Puji Kusuma and Amalia Cahaya Pratiwi against Abigail Harris and Lizzie Tolman, who won the Hungarian International last year. In men's singles, Muhammad Zaki Ubaidillah, who was part of the Indonesia team that won the World Junior Championship Mixed Team Championships last year, as well as the bronze in the singles. He is an up-and-coming teenager, one to look out for. He takes on Nadim Dalvi. The Englishman won the South African International in 2023. Women's singles, Esther Nurimi Triwardoyo. She won the 2022 World Junior Championship bronze medal and runner-up at the Australian Open last year. She takes on Freya Redfern, who was part of the England team that won the bronze medal at the European Mixed Team Championships earlier this year. Finally, the mixed doubles, and probably the closest matchup we'll have today, Rinov Rivaldi and Peter Hanningtias Mentari, World Junior Champions in 2017, winners of the Spain Masters last year, up against Callum Hemming and Estelle van Leeuwen, Dutch and Irish Open winners last year. So men's doubles is up first. Fajar Alfian and Muhammad Rian Ardianto take on Rory Easton and Alex Green. I'm delighted to have with me multiple medalists, world champs. With me here, Bobby Griffin, who is an Englishman as well. He looks on with keen interest on this one, Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the task could not be much bigger for Team England this week. It's essentially a development tournament this week for England, and whilst I say that, they're not going to want to lie down. They're going to want to give their best, and particularly in the mixed doubles with Callum and Estelle, they'll have a chance in some of these matches. They will have a chance today, which I'm excited to see, and later in the week in the group against India, who are also without a couple of their top doubles pairs, they will actually have a chance at winning a tie. But today's task against the Indonesians is monstrous. I mean, former world #1 pair Alfian and Ardianto spent 37 weeks at world #1, twice won the All England, have won medals at majors, Southeast Asian Games, Asian Champs, Asian Games, the World Championships, and they're up against, well, I mean, Rory and Alex can go out there and essentially enjoy the experience of playing against one of the top pairs. They've got nothing to lose, and let's hope they give their best and can actually do something here.
Easton is a massive figure. We're going to see some of those stats earlier. You'll see what I mean when you look at their heights. First meeting between these pairs. That's going to be the case throughout this time, by the way. A little bit of strapping there for Green. Get to find out a bit more about these players. Starting with Fajar Alfian. He's giving us his game face here. 30-year-olds from Bandung, one of the major cities in Indonesia. Did mention these two are formerly a world #1 pair. In December of 2022, they are world champions, bronze medalists twice in 2019 and 2022. Part of the Thomas Cup team that won gold in 2020. Won the Asian Games silver back in 2018 as well. Asian champions, bronze medalists in 2022. Muhammad Rian Ardianto is just a bit younger, 29. They've won 12 titles together. This year, runners-up at Indonesia Masters. Now we move over to Team England. Rory Easton is up first. From Pembury, 24. Look at that, he's almost 2 meters tall. He'll be one of the tallest players around in this tournament. His partner, Alex Green. 21 from Chelsea. 185. Still a very tall man. You wouldn't know it though when anyone pretty much stands next to Easton. The pairs I mentioned earlier, finalists at the Polish Open in 2025. Guwahati Masters mixed doubles. He's also a mixed doubles player. Here's Bert van Hoornbeek, the umpire from Belgium. Rory Easton is Yasan Sarali of Mauritius. He's also a mixed doubles player as well, isn't he?
He likes to play a bit of cricket as well on the weekends. Rory Easton, yeah, I think he's.
Everything.
I've seen something written down that said if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind taking up cricket. He's actually the guy within this pair that can do some damage. He can be a bit unorthodox. He can kind of mix things up and challenge the Indonesians if he gets the opportunity to, and I think that's the key today against Alfian and Ardianto, strangling the life out of the rallies from the first few shots. Will they give the English the chance to play? That's going to be the interesting thing here.
You see a tall man, you automatically assume someone like that unleashes a smash. coming down on a tremendous height. Is that the case with this man?
He's got the angle. He hasn't. I don't want to disrespect him in any way, but he doesn't have the smash power that we have seen amongst the top level of the World Tour at all. But it's other areas of his game that he can cause some damage. But you know, you're playing against Xiamen and so let's see how it all unfolds, because this could be an interesting battle. It could be a very quick walkthrough for the Indonesians.
Well, they've got the first point on the board. That will confident start here.
Looking pretty calm there on its screen. I like that.
Game's over. 1-all.
Plenty of eyes back home will be watching this with keen interest and expecting not just the win, but a win with some panache as well. I mean, it's what the Indonesians want to win well. They always want to win well, don't they?
Yeah, they don't tend to let up, do they? Especially in team events, all the way through juniors, through into these types of events like the Thomas Cup and Uber Cup. They do, you're absolutely right, and that's why I think we've seen them have so much success over the years as well. They've got such strength in depth across all the disciplines. It's a real shame for England that we don't have Ben Lane and Sean Bendy here this week. Ben Lane nursing that ankle injury. It's going to need an operation, I hear, in the summer, and for him to be able to play at the moment, he needs cortisone injections and whatever. And of course the focus for those top players hovering around top 10 in the world are the World Tour ranking points, and they have to prioritise. I hear they're going to be playing the Indonesia Open, Super 1000 and the Singapore Open as well, so they couldn't do both with that ankle injury.
There's a calculation to be made, isn't there?
Yes, exactly.
So nice start here to this.
That's nice.
Very nice done by Easton.
Changing of the guard recently in England, not just the sort of management staff, but also the coaches as well. We've got Rob Golding and George Bevan down there this week.
Beautiful place. The Anto. Indonesia.
That's the one thing you've got to love about Indonesia and badminton that surrounds Indonesia, whether it's, you know, visiting those incredible venues where you can't hear yourself speak even with these headphones on, or the team events through from juniors to the Sudirman Cup, where the team themselves are making more noise than the entire rest of the crowd at times.
I'm trying to explain this to people who who are not so familiar with badminton. To be in a stadium in Indonesia, it's like a football match. It's the closest thing you can equate it to. Now starting to pull away here, Bobby. Alvin and Adianto.
First 3 or 4 shots in the rally are absolutely key here for the English. That's where, if they can challenge, if they can get past those first few shots, serve return and third, fourth shot, get into the rally, then they can start to do whatever the game plan might be. I mean, that's not obviously good enough from Easton, but if they can just get a chance to get the shuttle coming up to them in the mid-court.
Right. Now, starting to look like a very decent run here, and the gap is 5. Need to do something here, the English, to claw it back a bit.
See how long it took in this rally, for example, for the English to gain the initiative. They had to survive that onslaught for probably 15 shots before they get a chance, before they get a lift.
Too much on that. A bit unsighted there for Green.
4.
Brilliant.
10-4.
They get the attack. And they just get neutralised instantly.
Probably up to 6 here. Looks like Indonesia going into the interval.
Good serve.
That's a very healthy lead. 11-4. Started promisingly for England. Half an hour onto though. They'll put some good distance between themselves and their opponents.
Really well. So for me, like when we're returning, too much of these flat exchanges. That's what we've lost a lot of points. We're running to the middle, comes back quick. So we can say what you said, like returning down in between, or the break, we break the sort of flat into the deep corner.
Not that easy to return down. Like when I've tried to, they've just gone bang, right? And it's like, I understand it looks like I'm returning up, but I'm trying to get it down, but it's not that easy. Like, he needs to force it.
We're going men, big corner.
20 seconds. Four, play.
We were desperately trying to catch snatches of that, Bobby. Did you manage to hear too much?
Difficult to hear. No, there was... Rob Golding was definitely talking about trying to avoid getting into that mid-court rally, either by laying off soft or going over the top. But it's also quite endy out here. We've seen some results already today that suggest where you've got an underdog scoring well in certain games, that one end's better to play on than the other. That will certainly help England if they can get into a bit of a dogfight, if perhaps Indonesia at some point take their eye off the ball and maybe don't give the English team enough respect. They can force some kind of difficult situations that way.
Yeah. 12-6.
We will keep a close eye on those conditions.
Good rally. It's the best rally I think we've seen from the English so far.
This did very well there, the penultimate shot.
7-12.
They've had a pretty decent start to this post-interval session. 3-1 they're leading since the break. Wow. Return that was Fenghuang.
I was about to applaud the serve, but what about this return?
7.
The no look.
No look, excellent.
Drive. Yeah, that was brilliant.
They have restored that 7-point lead they had at the interval, the Indonesians.
14-7.
Alex Green is playing well here in defence, but it's a little bit passive. Solid enough in technique and the quality, but unless you get a chance to take the attack back, to take them on at the net. It's only going to go one way. He was lifting to the Indonesians the entire time.
Oh, easy finish there.
15-7.
Now the biggest lead that they've enjoyed in this game. Just out that one.
Serves over. 8-15.
That placement was perfect from Alex Green, and all important without the ability to unleash the sort of devastating smash power that we've seen from, I don't know, the likes of Ranky Reddy, who's got the world record, for example. If we can't do that, the placement has to be spot on.
Pity they are not here as well, not Brody Shetty.
Serves over.
1 against
16-8.
All in the same group as well.
Wow, good defence.
Yeah, very much so. Lauren, these encouraging moments, aren't there?
9-16.
Indonesians this time, I think, guilty of being a little passive. That first block, that sort of instant reaction off the hip. Just having the confidence to play back at the net, even when you're under pressure, that's hugely important at this high level. That's good from Rory.
4 points in a row.
10-16.
Want to build a bit of a run if they can. Actually still leading since the break. 6-5.
Serves over.
Much better.
17-10.
I like this from Alex Green. Whilst he missed the shots, it's the confidence to go for it. There's no choice in this match but to try those types of shots.
Serves over. 11-17.
3 of the last 4 gone to Eastern and Green.
Hands are just unleashing from the back.
Going well.
Serves over. 18-11.
3 away from taking his first game. Rafael Ardianto. So,
20.
plenty of game points here for Alfen Ardianto, 9 of them to be exact. Very comfortable. That's wrapped up. Alfen about to take the first game. Some moments there for Eastern and Green.
Won
What
by
do you make of
Indonesia.
this first game so far?
I think that
21,
last point,
11.
this, for example, Rory did well, but that shot from Alfian, instead of lifting, which the English have been doing, just to guide the shuttle into an open space and keep the shuttle going down, is the difference, massive difference. It's a level which Alex and Rory are not really used to playing against, and so it's a really quick learning curve for them to cope with that attacking pressure.
Kadang racing aja, cak terus, kadang jatuhnya halus nanti balap itu, dia ngabok. Udah itu langsung maju, ya, langsung maju, jalan maju, dia setengah cepetin di situ, ya. Nggak apa-apa, fokus terus ya. Kadang kalau di belakang, kadang ya kalau lu drop shot pelan, ya.
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds.
What would you want to see a little bit more of now? Maybe in this end, do you think they might have a bit more joy, Eastern and Green?
Well, it depends if the pace is going to
Second
help them.
game.
Certainly it looked like Alfian had
Lovell.
extra firepower on the
Play.
smash compared to Alex and Rory in the opener. So if they're on the faster end, it might help their attack.
One love.
These two nations have played each other 8 times in the Sudirman Cup over the years. Put away comfortably, and
2 love.
Indonesia have won all 8 of their meetings. There have been a number of whitewashers.
Good return from Houston.
As well from Indonesians.
Brilliant defence. How the English didn't win that rally earlier. Just toying with their opponents, aren't they?
Oh, excellent work earlier. By far the longest rally we've had. Houston keeps it in. Eventually get there. They were under some pressure for a while, the Indonesians, in the early part of that rally. There you go, 81 shots.
Well, the power from the English just doesn't do any damage in this rally. The Indonesians just seem to soak up that smash, re-lift in wherever they wanted to. But I think the Indonesians are playing now into the drift, and so their smash power is reduced, and so hence we get a long rally like that.
The last tournament together, quarterfinals of the World Championships. Just a couple of weeks ago, Afan Ardianto lost to
Out.
Arancia Sulic.
Serves over 1-3.
That's the initiative we need to see from the English being taken.
2-3.
Good move from Rory Easton.
Service over.
Look at
4-2.
Easton and Green. They were out in the opening round of their Continental Championships, the Euros. To Daniel Hess and Nathan Seidel.
Service over. 3-4.
Mentioned they got to the final of the Polish Open.
Good defense.
It's a big ask of him, really. Look at Bobby, these guys are playing in the International Challenge Series. It's tough, and these guys are perennials on the World Tour.
Yeah, it is. We look at Alex Green and people talk about his speed around the court, and it's true, he's quick. But we're comparing it to other players within England, within Europe, within ICs and IS tournaments that he's playing against. Look at these guys they're playing against today. They're lightning fast. They seem to have so much time with the racket as well and just change the angle at the last second. The quality and the creativeness that comes out in every single rally, just tiny little nuances, makes them a huge level above. That's nice between the legs from Easton there.
Service over. 4-6.
Well, it's around this point in the first game that the Indonesians started to just pull away.
Service over.
Was creative and he got a lot with the net cord. See what I mean about just the pace of the rally, but still the ability to change the angle of the shuttle at the very last second.
Service over. 5-7.
This is kind of the area that they want to be in, Easton and Green. And a couple of points, 2 or 3. Let your opponents run away with this.
They look easy in defence, aren't they?
Couldn't get it over.
6-7.
This is certainly been
Kirby Mann looking on. Won't be featuring today, but I suspect Kirby will get the chance in the women's singles for England later in the week, which is brilliant for her.
seem happy on this end, don't they?
Much happier, yeah. So reports from earlier this morning are massively correct. It is Endy out here. I mean, we saw some results earlier where all the sort of top players will walk away with the first, and then the second, suddenly it's very tight.
Yeah.
And maybe even a couple of matches that went the distance, which you wouldn't have expected, suggesting that conditions are quite different from end to end. Wow.
Service over. 8-6.
Bianca showing us there exactly why it's so interfered in the forecourt.
Out. Service ball called. Too high. Service over. 7-8.
Still though, this is much better as far as Eastern and Green are concerned. More of a contest here.
Service over. 9-7.
Well, we've seen that a few times today. And very quick racket action in the mid-court. The shuttle fired into the body of the English.
It's gone long.
10-7.
That's the one danger on the quicker end. That sort of snap, relift can easily fly out the back.
About as big a lead as they've had so far, the Indonesians, in this second game. See the thought process there from Fajar Alfian.
He's missed a few now in this game.
He has.
That one, I think, was just a little bit too ambitious.
So we go into the interval here with Alpha Nolianto leading, as they did at the interval of the last game, but with a much smaller lead of 3 points here. 11-8, taking that first game.
More just cover your line, that's good.
Patient in attacks, remember, especially don't go full smashing from the baseline. Use that varied attack. That's where we're getting success. Okay? Anything narrow, I'd use the middle, let Rory intercept from the net, then he can try and put it away rather than you. Okay? Get confident in these rounds. Well, you're doing really well.
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah.
From both players so far, actually, on serve.
Apart from the end, Bobby, what do you think Eastern and Green have improved on, worked on better in the second game?
I think they've engaged them less in the mid-court, which is a really sort of obvious tactic. That, for example, is what they shouldn't be doing. They need to either confidence to hold the net there, because the Indonesians' anticipation of where the shuttle's going was brilliant. Just looks to see the shape of the racket. See, Rory did well there by changing the angle at the last second, which the Indonesians do all the time. So they've engaged them less in the mid-court, and we saw quite a few longer rallies in this second game compared to the first.
Agreed.
So they're laying off soft, which forces a lift, and then they get into a sort of war of attrition type of rally. It's working better for them for sure. I mean, they held on to the Indonesians all the way to sort of 10-8. There was that 2-point lead that didn't really move. The opening game was a very steep learning curve, I'd say.
Quality there, isn't it?
Yeah.
16-9.
Playing so much power with such a small backswing.
Serves over. 10-16.
Yeah, it's tough now. 6 points clear. Hasn't been the best of years for this Indonesian pair. Early exits at the All England, which they of course won twice before, the India Open, the Malaysia Open. Slightly better at the Asia Championships, which we mentioned earlier, and finally at the home tournament, Indonesia Masters.
17-10.
But the top level men's doubles for me is so wide open. You look at the big results on the Super 1000 tours or any of the majors, and you've got any pair from the top 12, maybe even 15 in the world, arguable winners on their day.
And precisely that, I mean, losing to the Malaysian pair of Manwei Chong and Kang Wen T, they would have gone into that as favourites, but lost it, and lost it convincingly.
Yeah. Wow, there's the angle the tall man can create.
11-18.
Start. 29 and 30 now after the Nodianto. And that may go some way to explaining a bit of it. Gets out of the way beautifully, Fajar Alfian. We're almost there.
He got off the floor so high, Alfian, with that smash. Challenging Rory for how early you can take the shuttle.
Caught out there. Green and 9 match points for Alfian and Adianto. It's all done, wrapped up in pretty quick time. Indonesian pairing are always favourites here, and they have duly delivered a very good performance.
Yeah, they just have the edge in almost every area. They're a bit quicker, they've got a bit more pace on the smash, a bit more creativity, a better touch. Just every little area there. A little bit better than the English. So the longer the rallies went in the end, it was the Indonesians that had the edge.
Fine start here for Indonesia. Does that set the tone for the rest of this tie? They've set their stall out early, and they've come through it with flying colours. Number 1 pair. Now number 5 against the world, number 57 partnership here. And the favourites sail through. Decent moments for Eastern Green, and it's not often they get to play a pair of this talent. But Fajar Alfian and Muhammad Rian Ardianto of Indonesia defeat England's Rory Easton, Alex Green 21-11, 21-11 in just 33 minutes. So coming up next, we have Kusuma Pratiwi versus Harris and Tolman. Second round of matches here in the Sudirman Cup. Sunset here on the wonderful city of Xiamen on the coast, southeastern China. Population of about 5.5 million. Lots to see and do here, including watching the Sudirman Cup finals. This is the group stage match between Indonesia and England. We're into the second match now, women's doubles. Febriana Dwi Puji Kusuma and Amalia Cahaya Pratiwi against Abigail Harris and Lizzie Tolman. Already taken the lead, a convincing one in the first match, Indonesia in the men's doubles. Eastern Green thrashed by Alfen and Ardianto. Bobby, what do you think of this one then, this match coming up?
Well, it's perhaps going to be similar to the men's doubles we've just seen. It's again another big test for Abby Harris and Lizzie Tolman, coming up against a very experienced Kusuma and Pratiwi, who they don't quite have the same CV as Alfian and Ardianto. They haven't challenged at the very, very top level for medals in majors or Super 1000 titles, that kind of thing. But Harris and Tolman are not used to playing this kind of level of badminton, really. The consistency here from the Indonesians, the defence is going to really challenge the English pair.
First meeting between these pairs, as we said, that will be the case throughout the day. And a bit of a chat there, Harris and Tolman on which side they would pick first. They've gone for the far end.
It's an interesting choice given what we saw in the men's doubles earlier, where the Indonesians are going to have a little bit more pace behind them playing with the drift.
So let's meet the players there. Febriana Dwipuji Kusuma is up first. 24 years of age, 163 centimeters tall. This is currently their best ranking, this pair. 8th in the world. And as I mentioned earlier, they won the silver at the World Junior Championships in 2019 together. Their partner Amalia Cahaya Pratiwi is 23. A bit tall at 171. They have been in 6 HSBC BWF World Tour finals. But they have only won the last 2. That's the Australian Open and Taipei Open. That was last year. Next, the English pairing is Abigail Harris, 23, Staffordshire, 162 centimeters tall. Her highest ranking is 65 with a different partner. She's actually won 5 titles on the HSBC BWF, sorry, the BWF International Challenge Series circuit. Here's Lizzie Tolman, 25 years of age, from Liverpool. The highest ranking also with a different partner. They won the Hungarian International together. Haven't been together for that long.
Ready to play.
Trish Gubb is in charge of this one, the New Zealander. And the service judge, Xu Xiaofeng of China. And then he got together towards the end of last year as well, so it's really it's a new pairing, and you're up against a top 10.
It's a very young
duo,
team,
isn't it?
Yeah, the English team's a very young team as well, and there's been they're still trying to find their feet in terms of what works best with partnerships. Obviously, Lauren Smith had a baby recently, so she's taken a step back from the game. Chloe's still around, but there's a lot going on there off the court. We might even see Estelle Van Leeuwen play women's doubles later in the week. I think it's reasonable to argue that would strengthen the women's doubles pair in whichever paired format turns up on court, because Estelle is such a talent.
We'll be seeing her later on, won't we, in the mixed doubles. Again, this English pairing are playing in
England to
different
serve.
circuit altogether.
Love all.
Number 8 in the world versus
Play.
number 73.
I would have liked to see Lizzie bring her drum kit this week to challenge the Indonesian support. She plays the drums with
okay.
Tom.
Well, we'll probably be hearing her a little bit later on then. This year, the Indonesian semi-finals at the Swiss Open. Also got to the quarters of the Asia Championships and the Indonesia Masters. Early exits at the bigger tournaments at the All England and Malaysia Open. Early exit at the Thailand Masters. That's a Super 300.
Quite a tough test for the English coaching staff here this week as well, because Nathan Robertson is usually the doubles coach on the World Tour, and of course with Ben Lane and Sean Bentley training at home and nursing that ankle injury. Nathan's also stayed to to train with them. We've got Christina Pedersen now, former Danish great women's doubles. So she's now doubles coaching staff with England over the it's quite a new addition. It's been weeks, maybe a couple of months. But of course not here either. George Bevan sat on the right at the back there is the English singles coach now. And Rob's his first time out with English coaching. So the whole thing is a new sort of development type effort from England right now.
First point on the board for Harris and Tolman.
Service
Rally as well. That
1-4.
give them some encouragement.
Rob Golding, though, who we just saw on screen, will know these players really well. He's been working with the junior squad, the junior setup for a while now. And so these two being quite young.
At the European Mixed Team Championships this year when they got the bronze. Did you think that was about right?
Yeah, Denmark and France are absolutely miles ahead of every other country in Europe at the moment, and it was shown at the European Championships a couple of weeks ago as well, where those two nations pretty much dominated from semi-final stages onwards. Interesting, actually. It was unusual and some bad luck for Denmark in the men's singles. Had loads of injuries as well throughout the week, and so there were some interesting results, but other than the Stoeva sisters, it was all Denmark and France. These days, England and Germany tend to be clinging on to a couple of results here and there as well, and
as luck would have it, they were they shared the bronze
right.
Mixed Team Championships.
6-1.
Well, already asserting themselves here, Kusma Brativi, though the rallies have got a little longer.
Team Germany actually qualified for the Sudirman Cup this year as well, didn't they? But chose not to come, and that opened up another spot in the rankings.
Yeah, we've got Czechia with us.
Service over. 2-6.
They actually took a match this morning. I think Jan Lauder took a men's singles earlier against Korea, which is pretty impressive.
Very. Well, he was one of the stars, wasn't he, at the Thomas Cup last year?
7-2.
Bad luck. Abigail Harris' anticipation there was spot on, looking for that forehand. Just a bit too much pace on the shot.
Long. Tolman.
9.
Well, it's been a tougher year for Tolman and Harris. Early exits, European Championships, Swedish Open, second round, opening round defeats in the Germany Open and the Polish Open, and all your masters out in the qualifiers. Through their paces here as well.
10-2.
defence.
11-2.
Fantastic start here for Kusuma Pratiwi, going to the interval with a whopping 9-point lead. It's 11-2 in the first game.
When they're playing them prices, we don't need to relift that. We can just take the net. Same when we're being aggressive and we're coming in. Don't go over. Take the net. They're not there. They're not on the net. They're way behind the service line.
Yeah. I think it's important to recognise when you go over if you just have time or in front, they're actually not the best movers and they don't have the best power. So
Court 2, 20 seconds.
playing the space in front.
Court 2, 20 seconds.
No, in the middle. Yeah.
Don't spend it.
Anything you could glean from that? We're straining our ears, but
yeah, George Bevan was saying not to be afraid to sort of go over them from the front. They're trying to sort of hold that defence and driving into the mid-court too often, and the Indonesians are firing back with too much speed, too much power, and causing problems. George said the Indonesians don't have the threatening power to be afraid of, so don't be afraid to put them on the back line. It's going to take a very, very consistent approach, though, to stand up to the Indonesians, if that is the tactic. Nice. Good touch from Lizzie Tolman.
4-11.
big thumbs up there.
Play.
And immediately off the interval, as we saw in the previous match, it's a decent start for the English. Restart,
Service
I
fault
should
called.
say.
Too high. Service over.
Service fault from Abigail Harris.
12-4. Service over. 5-12.
Bobby, encouraging this, isn't it? Harrison Tolman. 3-1. Now 3-2, but
Service over. 13-5.
Well, that change of tactics, I think, will certainly give Team England a chance with some longer rallies, and if they can, you know, maintain a standard, then yes, they've got every chance. But in my opinion, the Indonesians have they're so used to playing at a high level.
Yeah.
They've played at a high level throughout their junior careers. They'll get to a point where fitness and sort of composure and consistency will take over and make that difference. It's pretty tough times for England at the moment, it's fair to say. And you look at the quality of junior players England have got coming through and have seen come through over recent years.
14.
Estelle van Leeuwen arguably is the standout sort of star from that period. When she was 13, 14, 15, she was a real world beater. She, you know, getting to the very end of European badminton at finals at junior levels was massively encouraging. But outside of that, we haven't seen much. And the truth is, the next level down where we might challenge, we're currently looking at 13 and 14-year-olds.
yeah.
So by the time they come through to start competing with world-beating nations on this sort of stage, we're looking at 8-10 years, and that's assuming they do follow it all through.
The retention's a hard bit as well, isn't it?
Exactly. There's other sports, there's pressures of other parts of life and studies. Credit, however, to England for this massive change-up that they're going through at the moment. You know, Chief Exec Sue Story and Morton Frost as performance director.
Yeah.
Almost the entire coaching setup were let go, and it's all changed. And change had to happen. Without change, nothing was going to make a difference to how things look for the English. So only time will tell whether the decisions and the strategies they've put in place will make the difference to get England back up to a world sort of competing level.
7-17.
10 points now.
And what is it? Since the break, I think the score's actually 6-5. So this change of tactics is absolutely
which is
helping.
kind of we kind of saw this, didn't we? At intervals, the coaches had a chat and it changed things up a bit.
Oi!
Service over.
Taking some initiative, taking a chance, and that anticipation there from Patiwi was brilliant. She knew that shot from Little Tolman was coming.
Was coming, yeah.
I think before even Tolman had decided to play it. That's just lovely. Same again from Patiwi.
19-7.
Abby Harris left rooted to the spot. Look at that technique as well.
Trying to change it up there.
Service over. 8-19.
Oh, good variation. I like the idea from Harris just to mix things up, going for the punch clears, trying something different. But it's all going one way.
12 game points here. Now for the Indonesian pair. Well, excellent work from Kusuma Pratiwi. And they end this first game extremely comfortably. Despite a decent post-interval session here for the English pair.
They just had too much of a good start, the Indonesians, didn't they? But even then, the second half of the game ended up 10-6.
Exactly.
So it was a better challenge from the English. The tactics seemed to change and therefore have a bit of an impact. But the quality of Kusuma and Pratiwi is still shining through.
Iya, tetap terkontrol. Mungkin kayak pas dari bola belakangnya sih aneh, kayak nyeloknya nggak temen coba tekan gitu.
Trust yourselves, yeah? Trust yourselves. Enjoy it, yeah? You can do this, yeah?
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds. Second game. Love all.
So into the second game we go now.
Play.
If you recall the previous match, men's doubles pair from England looked far more comfortable on this end. And Bobby, you were a little surprised at having won the right to choose the ends, that they went the far end first.
Yeah, perhaps they've done their homework. I mean, Sumer and Patiwi are not the hardest hitting players, and so to give them the chance to hit with the drift without being that threatened in attack. I mean, it didn't look like Solomon and Harris were beaten by the big smash or with the fierce pace in the first. It was just other things. It was counter-attacking, it was cross-driving, it was
Service
better
over.
touch around the net.
1, 2.
Solomon and Harris now will have the chance to use that bit of speed with the drift. And let's see whether they can do a bit more damage in attack in this second. They have to get the lift first, of course.
Service over. 3, 1. Change.
So nice to watch Indonesians' racket skills. Typically over the years, it's been where you see so much flair and flamboyance. And it's showcased really nicely in those really fast, furious rallies. Everyone's moving fast to the shuttle to then slow down and play a skillful shot. And Indonesian players seem to just do it so well.
So well. The Brazil of badminton.
Yeah.
Racing to big lead here again.
Service over. 2, 5.
Engage in these long rallies, Indonesians tend to come out on top.
Hey.
60% win rate overall for Xiamen Patiwi.
Nice. Good challenge there from Harris. I liked it. Couldn't back it up. 2. Little bit of skill with the backhand, but brilliant touch. Again, Patiwi's having a great game here.
After taking the first game, they go on to win about 61% of their matches. Smoompa TV.
Service over. 3-7.
Of course, given their pedigree, they're already the outstanding favourites here.
Need a few of those. Need some luck with that net cord.
Service over. 8-3.
She's had a small problem with her foot or ankle as well, Lizzie Tolman, lately. So training hasn't been perfect for this tournament.
Time again here. Fatui puts that away. Played.
Picking on the defensive Tolman, even Harris had to look how far she stepped over to take that shot, which was really far over on Tolman's side of the court, and I think that's where that foot injury is causing a few problems covering the court in defence.
Service over. 4-9.
Again, it's just worth stressing that haven't played all that much together.
That's better.
Just 23 matches as a pairing. Harris and Tolman.
Yeah. One of the first times I think we've really seen the English dictate an attack and get the chance to kill.
Oh, nicely done.
6-9.
It's not technically very easy either. That was really nice from Lizzie Tolman there.
Just 3 points behind. This is very similar to kind of what we saw in the previous match. An uptick in performance on this end from the underdogs. Just skimming the net there. Tolman would happily take that.
9.
Yeah, that's 2 net cords in 3 or 4 points. It's good from Harris. Tying her up in defence.
10-7.
Again, placement so important in doubles. When you've got 2 people covering the whole court, it's massively important to position your smash in the right place on the body.
So into the interval here, much closer than it was in the first game. 11-7 to the Indonesian pair.
Langsung nge-full kan, pasti pelanin dulu baru kalau kalian tanggung baru mereka nge-full kan. Jadi posisi kalau angkat maju dikit aja, karena kalian ngambilnya dari bawah gini jadi gampang dicegat. Terus kalau semama dari bola dari sana itu silang ke sini itu kamu buang ke sini pasti dia buka gini kan. Ya, taruh sana depan situ, kamu taruh di depan situ dia pasti buka ke sini kan. Kalau dia habis silang sana kamu tarik ke sini kan, dia buka kan, taruh aja. Dia buka betul-betul sana juga di belakang. Udah itu doang, kamu begini dia malah masuk gitu ya. Terus bola 1-2 itu penting. Kalau tadi habis match masuk lagi langsung. Terus kalau pembukaan juga tak kedua itu aja yang mereka nggak dapat, ya. Proses defense-nya aja itu yang di konsen ya.
Abigail to receive. Abigail to receive. 11-7. Play.
Now, in every interval, just after it, you see an uptick
Service over.
from the English side.
8-11.
And already it is a better second game for them anyway.
Service ball called too high.
When you're already playing against an accomplished pairing, you want to limit your errors like that, a service fault. And so that's just got to add to the frustration there, Bobby.
Yeah, massively. I mean, that uptake. Well, hopefully it will continue for the English, but we saw it this time before the break. They got some, I think it's 4, maybe 5 straight points to get themselves back in the second game. But that's what I was talking about earlier. If they're playing that long game, if they're going to go over the top, they've got to be just spot on. They can't make a mistake. They've got to be consistent. Well, how many she hit?
Yeah, net courts, she again will gladly take them.
9-13.
And whilst there is an element of luck, I mean, it's kind of fortune favouring the Braves.
Yeah.
She's playing a tight shot, and so if it catches the net, then great. That's the reward for taking it on, I suppose.
Sure.
It's different when you hit a smash or a full-on drive. You're not really aiming to be that close to the net. You don't want to risk it, but if you're just laying off or playing net shots, then these top players are absolutely trying to play tight.
3 points in it. It's 3-2 to England since the interval. Well, look, you've got to do something different, right? If you play within yourself, you play what you're normally used to, you're not going to win. Quite simply, number 73 against versus number 8.
Yeah.
So you have to try and do something, right? Try and take the game to them, as it were.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's hard because if you could play at that level all the time, you would.
Yeah.
So it is asking more of yourself, I suppose. But you're on the big stage. You're playing for your country. You're here against the best in the world. Why not have a go? Because, like you say, if you don't, you're going to get beaten.
Engaging in a long rally here. It's one of the longer ones. The Indonesians come out on top, up to 5.
Credit to Harrison Tolman here, because after that opening game, particularly the first half of it, you could have understood if it had gone the same way in the second and they'd essentially just rolled over.
Yeah.
But they are fighting back. They are trying to find a way to cope with this Indonesian team. It's a shame.
16-10.
And that cord not coming to the aid of the English this time, sitting up nicely.
Now
for
this
Tiwi. Yeah.
snaffled beautifully at the net there by Harris.
11-16.
Yeah, it was a risky shot again for Tiwi, I think. She's been playing well, but she had to take that so low below the net. Anything played back to the net was obvious.
Service over. 17-11. Service over.
She seems like the sort of playmaker, much like the top Malaysian pair, Tina Muralitharan and Pearly Tan, where it's Pearly Tan with all the creativity and the license to go out there and you know, go crazy, have some fun. But it's Tina that's just solid and just works hard, and that's what I'm looking at here with Kasuma's just doesn't make a mistake, but she's not taking too much on. It's Pratiwi that's trying everything.
Again, you look at the Continental Championships that they played, and the English pair were out in the round of 16 in the Euro Championships. Just a couple of weeks ago, they lost to Urova and Pantomayo of Ukraine.
Yeah, Polina Borova is really improving. I think she got awarded at the Badminton Europe Congress as sort of, I wasn't sure if it was Player of the Year or something of the year. She, you know, she's
close to coming. On the verge, and then you look at Kusuma Pratiwi, who lost the quarters of the Asian Championships, but to the Matsuyamas and Shidas of this world.
Yeah, much more established pair.
Yeah.
The trouble is, we're not game point yet, are we? No. The trouble is, you look at, I was at the European Championships commentating, and I'm sat looking at the lineup in the quarterfinals, and barely any of them would have got anywhere near that far in the Asian Championships quarterfinals.
And as we go, 8 match points for Kusuma Pratiwi.
Service over.
Fantastic work there from Harris.
13-20.
She's had a good game today, Abigail Harris.
So Kusuma Pratiwi wrap this up. Better performance from Harris and Tolman in the second game overall. And if you're looking at all improvements, I'm sure that's what they'll be.
Match won by Indonesia. 21-8, 21-13.
For these young players from England today, we saw Alex and Rory do something similar. That learning curve has never been so steep. Game one, first half of game one in both the men's and the women, and it's decimation from the Indonesians, just blowing England away.
But then nice adjustment, right?
Nice adjustment, a bit of coaching input. There's a settling into the rhythm, the pace, getting used to it, and we're seeing improvements. And I guess for this development team this week, that's a positive sign.
It's what it's about, right? So you're learning from this, you're gleaning as much as you can. But it's Febriana Dwi Puji Kusuma and Amalia Cahaya Pratiwi of Indonesia beats Abigail Harris and Lizzie Tolman 21-8, 21-13. They've done it in very quick time. Men's singles up next. Muhammad Zaki Ubaidillah of Indonesia takes on England's Nadim Dalvi. That's up next. Pretty one-sided so far, as we thought it might be. Indonesia leading comfortably against England here in the Sudirman Cup finals group stages. It is now time for men's singles, the first singles match of the day here in this tie. Muhammad Zaki Ubaidillah of Indonesia takes on England's Nadim Dalvi. This match, and Indonesia have effectively won the tie, though of course we have to play all 5 of the matches in the group stages, because it'll all count just in case there are teams that end up with the same number of points. You look at games on points won. Bobby Griffin here with me. He's keeping a stoic face watching his country in action. Bobby, what do you make of it so far, and what about this matchup?
Well, it's going to plan. I mean, it's difficult to watch when you've got such a mismatch in terms of levels. And whilst Ubaidillah is only 18 years old, he's world ranked #1 in junior badminton. Lost out to the very impressive Xiamen from China in the final of the World Juniors last year. But he's a star in the making. He's a name that everyone's going to know over the next few years. And he's not even the top Indonesian here by a long way. You've got Anthony Ginting left at home. You've got Jonathan Christie sat on the bench. You've got Alvi Farhan, who was again a superstar at World Junior level, playing above him. So when Indonesia come up against stronger nations, you'll see those players. But
that's the depth, isn't it?
It's still a massive test for Dalvi. Saying that, Dalvi is 4th, I believe, in the England sort of world rankings for England at the moment. So. But the level, again, it's just a mismatch in level, and it's going to be a really, really difficult battle for Nadim to come through. One of the nicest guys out there, by the way, Nadim Dalvi. Such a pleasure to sort of sit with and chat with. He won Europe's Shot of the Year for 2024.
Did he now?
Which if anyone hasn't seen that, just you know, stick it in your social media or your search engine and have a look at the trick shot from Nadim. It was brilliant.
This is Muhammad Zaki Ubaidillah, 17, and will turn 18 very soon.
17.
East Java, currently 77th in the world. He has been a bit higher in March at 72, as part of that Indonesia team that won the World Junior Championships, and lost out in the boys singles. He's got a Indonesia Masters to his name, the Super 100. This is Nadim Dalvi, who's 20, so not that much older, from Luton. Taller though at 182, he's about 6 foot. 196 is his ranking. He has been higher at 165. Won the South Africa International in 2023, and the Polish Open under-19s in 2022.
It's an incredible level to be able to have a 17-year-old in your country winning events on the World Tour.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a Super 100, not a Super 1000, for example, but
17.
It's still an event on the World Tour where most of the England team this week are playing international challenges, not World Tour events. He's winning World Tour events.
Yeah, you put it in perspective beautifully there. And we look at, let's look at Nadim Dalvi's season. 2 first-round exits at the Swedish Open and Portugal International. They're not on the World Tour, remember. Lost in the qualifiers of the Polish Open. Of course, was part of that England team that got to the semis of the European Mixed Team Championships. That's the highlight of the year for him. Xiamen Sarali of Mauritius is our umpire, but Van Hornbeek of Belgium is the service judge. We just compare that with Mohammad Zaki Ubaidullah, who he won the Singapore International this year, quarterfinals of the Sri Lanka International Challenge, the Roichang China Masters, which is a Super 100 opening round. Thailand Masters also, that's a Super 300. It's a high-level tournament. He got to the second round. So look, he's 17. And this
Ladies
is,
and
he's already
gentlemen,
starting to make a name, isn't
my
he?
right,
to get picked
England,
to represent
represented by
Indonesia,
Nadim Dalby.
Massive statement
for a 17-year-old. That's a sign of intent from the country as to how
my
much
left,
they believe in him.
Indonesia, represented by Mozaki Ubaidillah. England to serve, love all, play.
He's so strong at 17 as well.
Love.
You could see how stretched he was with his footwork, and yet seemed to look on balance. That's so much work going on in the gym at such a young age. Plenty of pace in the smash, but that was just dispatched, turned away.
Effortless, you made it look. Well, you covered, the World Juniors. What did you like about Ubaidullah when you watched him?
It was the first time I'd heard or seen of him in that year, last year in China, and just massively impressive. And he's very much in the mould of Jonathan Christie's or Anthony Ginting's. You know, it's just another great Indonesian player, in the same way that Alvi Farhan is as well. I mean, he's only a year or two older than Ubaidullah. And, you know, these players are playing at such a high level already. It's just phenomenal.
You've covered the juniors for quite some time now, Bobby, and over the years, you know, talking to you, you've pinpointed players like, watch out for that name, and then they've gone on. Is he someone that struck you yet, or are you still holding your fire at him? Did you pinpoint him with this guy is special?
He is. I think at such a young age. I mean, we were talking about China Masters October last year. I'm not sure. Do you say his birthday is soon? I thought he was 18 around now, so it must be coming up. So June.
Yeah.
So he was 17 at the time, but he's still playing a year young. And he got beaten by a name we will all know very soon, Hu Xiamen, from China.
Yeah.
And China are blessed with so many players,
of course.
Even right now, and always have been. But this guy won the World Juniors the previous year. Another year young, beating Alex Lanier along the way.
Right.
I think Priyanshu Rajawat was in Spokane in America in 23, and he beat him too. So, or it was a tight final rather. But those kind of names are going to be dominating our screens in years to come. In the same way that Kunal Vidasan, world champion.
3 in a row, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. So back in 19, I was there watching him in the final, where Christo Popov made his big announcement as well. And at the time, people were talking about, I've heard of this junior coming through. People don't remember the name, and now everyone knows Kunal Vidasan.
Correct.
You know?
So you're excited about the future as well, aren't you? But these guys coming through for the future of badminton.
That's why I love the junior stuff so much, and it's why it's great to watch. Both Nadim actually and Ubaidullah here, and get to the World Juniors, because you can just notice there's a young Malaysian doubles player, Aaron Chai. He's now doing it on the World Tour seniors as well, but he's still very young. But he is one of the most talented forecourt players we've seen for a long time. I'm so excited to see him and hope he gets to this top level so we can talk about it week in, week out, like we do, because he's such a great player. There's Jonathan Christie looking
he's loving it,
Gets a rest today.
Oh, a lovely winner there from Dalby. There from Dalby. For 17, I know it's only a few points into this, but this is certainly my first time watching him live and commentating on him, I should say. And it's he's just showing maturity beyond years. Some of the shots he's playing.
He's got everything. The confidence we saw even from the opening rally to this little double action forehand back to the net, where it takes, the shot wasn't on, so to speak. There are times when it's there for you. You've got the time in the right position, it's just there, ready to be deceived. That wasn't there. He had to create it himself. That's the opening rally. He's playing the Sudirman Cup. You know, for your country, it's at 17 to be able to go out there with that amount of confidence, and he's got the athletic build. He's fast, effortless backhand, straight to the back line. You can see the way he gets pushed into that round the head corner on balance, comes out of the corner quickly, and he's back on top of the rally. You know, cover his face up, you might be looking at Ginting or Christie. You know what I mean? And he's 17.
Our first challenge of the day in this tie from Nadim Darby, and I think he's actually might have a case here. He might have been sliding out from Ubaidillah.
These are the ones to challenge, the ones that come flat and fast across the floor.
Oh wow, that's very much in.
Challenge unsuccessful.
The other thing I want to talk to you about,
one challenge
Bobby,
remaining.
is, you know, unlike the preceding Indonesian players that we've seen, like the men's doubles and then the women's doubles, they are going to be seeing a lot of action this week, especially in the tougher ties. We're not so sure how much Ubaidillah is going to be featuring, especially when you've got Jonathan Christie involved. He is, you'd think, and it's probably being reflected in the score, he's not going to hold back. He's also got that youthful exuberance. I'm going to go all out. It's a point for me to prove. Yeah. I want to give the selectors a headache. I know it's Jonathan Christie, but I'm going to push myself to the limits here. Whereas the others might think about trying to play within themselves, perhaps, or not trying to aggravate any potential injuries. There's kind of a difference here, perhaps.
Yeah, there is. I think the same can be said for Alvi Farhan as well. I mean, he's picked, I suppose, at second place in the Indonesian men's singles team with. But he's got nothing to lose either, especially against these types of nations.
It's a whopping lead here, 11-2 to Ubaidillah. So, Bobby, now from Nadim Dalby's perspective, what do you want to see a bit more of here? Talk about the upticks after an interval.
I honestly don't know.
It's tough, isn't it?
What to suggest. It's a really tough job for George Bevan, the England singles coach. Sat in the chair on the far right side there, because what do? Take him on in attack, play with a little bit too much pace, or you take the shot too early, he beats you with a counter attempt. I mean, look at that. He beats you with skill, he beats you in defence. I don't know. Yeah. It's just go out there, try and play as consistently as you can, try and play with as much shot quality as you can, and just cope somehow with this sort of monster that you've got to take on the other side of the court. Ubadilla just seems to be able to be at the shuttle and take the shuttle so much earlier.
It's over.
He's got that court craft. He hits a shot and knows where the return's going to be, and he's so strong and powerful and balanced. He can get there quickly as well. So every shot, he's getting the more of an advantage, if that makes sense.
Well, just his third point on the board here, Dalvi.
Hold. It's over.
Just slightly brushing the shuffle there.
I'd like to see Ubadilla play again later in the week. I hope he gets
another go.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty tough group. You've got Denmark, you've got India. I'd like to see him take on one of the top players to see where his level is at, because it's an unfair test. No disrespect to Nadim by any stretch, but we don't know what this guy's going to look like against. I mean, we just saw Pranoy and Antonsen on court 1, for example. Right. I want to see him play somebody like that to see what the level's like.
It's been smooth sailing so far for Ubadilla. Racking these up has been beautifully done.
Just the last second again, I was talking about it earlier, change of angle, just guiding the shuttle in a different direction, but showing your opponents it's going one way and hitting it the other. Planted in.
Oh, unsighted.
Unsighted.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going to, yeah.
Only from the screen view, but that looked into me.
It did, it did. I think we'll find that is...
This is our first Hawkeye.
Second,
Cool.
we had one earlier on in this game.
Oh yes, of course we did.
Yeah.
Just landed on the
one that we
back line.
Yeah.
It flew across flat, didn't it?
Yep, as we thought.
17-3.
It's a 14-point lead here for Ubadilla.
He's got to just keep going here, Dalvi. The truth of it is, Nadim Dalvi's having quite a good game. You might not see it from the score, but he's doing nothing wrong at all here. He's not making unforced errors, he's not going for shots he shouldn't do, he's playing the right types of shots, he's just not...
Service over.
Doesn't quite have the same racket skills, certainly doesn't have the speed and that balance and strength of the footwork of the Indonesian.
Thank you.
Fantastic smash there for Ubaidullah.
Service over. 18-4.
Quite a young Indian player as well. We've seen a bit of him on the World Tour already. Ayush Shetty, quite a tall player, and again, I'm really impressed with him. I think in a
Service over. 5-18.
we'll give it another 4 or 5 years. Those names I've mentioned with Albi Farhan, you've got Alex Lanier, of course, France, Xiamen, this man, and still Biditsan will be still very much at the top of his game then, I'm sure, or I hope to.
Darby making his debut for his country at the last Sudirman Cup
Hold.
in Suzhou.
18.
There's been some moments like this here. Talks about playing the world number 12 in front of 8,000 people. Nadim Dalvi. And he said it was a really different experience. He said he was used to playing smaller crowds, so it was something fantastic for him.
Well, he's going to get the chance later in the week. I'm excited for the England versus India match. I think that could be quite close. Obviously Denmark will be a test as well, but oh, there you go. Look at that. He seemed to leave the shuttle, played it almost off the floor, double actioned it back, and just look at Nadim's legs here, just gets sent the wrong way.
Wipe the court, please.
Whoop.
Oh,
backwards.
But I mean, that's a shot worthy of any
Confidence.
tournament you're playing. I mean, that is world-class shot, really is.
Your top players will be ready for it, so to speak.
Thank you.
Will not get fooled by the deception as much as players that are lower ranked, I think is fair to say. And so, if, let's say, Ubadilla's playing Anders Antonsen, who waits for it and snatches it, jumps on it and kills it, then it makes Ubadilla less confident to play it.
Yeah,
and then
that's true.
There's a kind of snowball
Knock
effect
on.
to all of this stuff.
20. Game point.
14 game points here for Ubaidullah.
Ubadilla took a look down at the floor mid-rally then, just to see what caused him a problem. He's that relaxed.
Yes.
Service over. 7.
I think he sort of
20.
had to slip, put his hand down and thought, I wonder if I've left any sweat there. I'll just take a look whilst I'm in mid-rally and then carry on.
Well, Dalby won the point.
Oh.
Good rally from Nadine Dalby.
Good intent from the Englishman.
20.
So a couple of game points in a row. Well, this is his best run, 3 in a row.
Getting to double figures, it's a big aim because it's quite demoralising as a player. It's gone long. Oh!
Got the shout.
Well, the line judge was fairly late to react, but she called it in. It was a surprise to me. It looked long from here.
Yeah. Well, this would be for point number 4 on the trot for Dalby, if he can overturn this decision. Yeah, it's well out as we thought it was.
Correction. Out. Then 20.
40% of his points have come from this rally. From this, sorry, this little run of his. And so Badilla eventually gets there.
First game won by
A small hiccup towards the end. I'm not sure he's going to be too bothered by that. But he's looked really good, hasn't he?
It's like an exhibition for him, to be honest. That's what it feels like we're watching. He's got so much time and confidence. Very rarely looks threatened in the rally. It's almost like his own attack at times puts him in a bit of trouble if it's a good counter-attacking defence. Otherwise, Badilla is just flying.
Okay, but use that wisely. And when you're on top of the shuttle, you can also work out the distance. How are you feeling out there now?
Better in the second half. First half was just the second half.
Build some momentum there. The key was the placement in your overhead, getting into good position. When you are also in a good position, maybe then clear through. Yeah, that's another way to kind of make them stay still. Okay. Let's not forget, if you do go pushy, same when we're serving, you have to be super ready. If we can, senses flip to your forehand.
Seconds. Second game. Level. Play.
Well, England in all three matches so far have been on this nearer end in the second game, and it has seen an improvement. Let's see if that continues from Nadim Dalvi.
That is over. 1 love. Okay.
Just hope that Badilla keeps up this level and doesn't sort of take his foot off the gas, doesn't relax too much, and doesn't disrespect his opponent in that way. I don't want to see Nadim take this guy to 3 just because Badilla stops playing. And that can be the case with younger players, you know, that exuberance of youth. Almost boredom.
2, 1.
Well, he certainly wants to make a point this week.
Yeah, and representing your nation, you'll put in a good showing, like you said earlier, establishing himself as a contender.
3, 1.
This is an excellent start, and kind of in keeping with what we've seen in the previous 2 matches.
Yeah, the change of ends has just caught. There's been 3 points. That's Badilla hit one at the back almost lazily. Wow, it's gone wide, but the racket skills involved here were brilliant.
Almost a bit casual.
Yeah, he left one from the Dean that he thought was definitely out, and it landed well in, and he's at 2 at the back himself.
He might just be jolted out now with a decent lead here for Delvey.
Backhand to get himself out of trouble was brilliant. The quality was really top draw. This shot. How stretched Nadim was from an attacking position. He had his man.
That's the quality he can give.
Those racket skills and that aggressive confidence. How nice is it for, if you're an Indonesian men's singles fan, to think, well, Christie and Ginting, you know, they're not getting any younger. They're still very much at the top of their game, but they won't be for too much longer, a few years perhaps. Yeah. But for them to have it backed up by Alvin Farhan, you know, Chico Ordoyo still a contender for stuff, and then this guy coming through at 17. It seems like the future is safe, you know?
Rude health, yeah.
It's just brilliant. The short swing with the racket here, how he generates so much power with just a snapshot, a sort of stick smash. His racket didn't even follow through, he just stopped it here, and still. I'd like to have seen the shot clock on that if we have one in here.
Now, I know he's barely played in any senior matches yet. Still very, very much nascent in his career. But just to give you an idea, he's had 104 matches now so far. 85. 84 have been won after taking the first game. That's an 81% win rate after winning the first game.
Lovely stats, Xiamen.
Now he's playing someone very similar in age, so you know you can kind of extrapolate that, right? So most of those matches would have been in the junior circuit, but just shows you how clinical this man is, this young man. Oh, advanced, got an even better rate. Hopefully we see some of that later on this week. Mind you, he's being pegged back a bit here.
On court, this guy. He's just got that natural sort of ability to speed things up, slow things down when he needs to. Reading the sort of speed of the rally in different situations. Wide, I think.
Yeah, that's tough, isn't it? By contrast, Nadim Dalvi wins about 53% of matches after losing his first game. The sample size is pretty small.
Play.
Only a point in this.
Yeah, but I think 5 at least of Nadim's points have been mistakes from Ubadilla.
Yeah. You talked about keeping that intensity going, right, for these younger players into the second game. If you coasted through that first, remain switched on, and you'd like to think that the coach is probably reiterating that.
Yeah, he actually looks like he's trying to go up a level. He's trying to go up a gear here, actually.
Service over. 7-8.
clearly it's unnecessary because he's going for those
Return the
lines
shuttle
where he doesn't
properly.
need to.
Thank
He's
you.
missing the court.
Right. That's a fantastic cross-court smash
Service over.
for Vaidila.
9, 7.
The Dean barely moves. It's the quality of the shot, the disguise in the shot. When he moves, it's already going past him. Such a huge talent, this guy. Look at him soak up that pressure. That is brilliant.
10.
Fantastic reactions there from Ubaidullah.
The team throwing the kitchen sink at the Indonesian. Just swats it away. Alvi must be thinking, what on earth have I got to do to actually win a point on my own?
Absolutely. It's the biggest lead he's enjoyed in this second game. Ubaidullah.
11-7. Double.
So at the interval here, Ubaidullah in front again. It's been a spirited performance from Dalvi. Ubaidullah looking to keep that intensity up. 11-7 in game 2.
Rob is right. When you're turning him, he's not able to play his net dribbles as well, right? And generally, if we're playing straight, let's play it through the line, so we can't play that tight one. But you're doing a really good job now when you're getting the clearing, right? So he's not quite so ready in his defence. And when you place it with the slice and you place it to the angle to the bit, you're getting your chances. All right. Anything else from the tactics? All right. So when they make him feel very space in the forecourt, maybe that's all right. Holding that. Right, so not height in this one. Yeah?
Thoughts on what you just heard, Bobby?
Yeah, George Bevan seemed a little bit more unhappy with
11-7.
how Nazim came out in the second.
Play.
I still give a lot of credit to Ubaidullah sort of losing a few points rather than Nadim winning them, but still, Nadim's definitely challenging a bit better. The mix-up, the variation, using the clear a bit more, using the slice a little bit more, so that the Indonesian's not as ready in his defence. That was key, and so, you know, pivotal signs again like we saw in the first 2 matches for England, improving as the match goes on. And, you know, the management team are seeing this as a development tournament for England. And, you know, they're getting that experience, they're learning on the job, and credit to them.
Yeah, they've still got a couple more matches after this, of course. Against India and Denmark.
A little slip there, I thought, from Ubaidullah, but he recovered very quickly. So balanced, isn't he? In the same way that Christie and Ginting look balanced, and players like Xiamen or Viditsan just look like they're in never under any pressure. Even when they're lunging really deep for something, they look to be so solid in their footwork and their body position to recover quickly.
Use your foot, not right.
Kind of a languid approach from many Indonesian players. It almost makes things look effortless. It just comes naturally. Of course, there's a lot of hard work and graft that goes into it, but the way they present it.
I saw Avi Farhan working in the gym at some point last year with the senior team. You know, he's playing. I think he was at the Thomas Cup. That was it.
Right.
He didn't get a look in that week. He didn't get to play, but he was there with the team for experience.
Yeah.
maybe he had one.
I think he had one. Yeah, I think he did have the odd one.
But I saw him working with the rest of the team in the gym, and it's just incredible the level, the intensity, the power they're putting into stuff at that young age, which makes him be able to cope with this. And I think that's a massive difference to how people perhaps train in other countries. Good rally from Dalvi. We haven't seen the Indonesian having.
Right the court, please.
What was that?
I can't remember what I was saying. I'm now just in awe of that final shot. What a trick shot. Wow. Just held the shuttle, came into the body, and then fired it cross court.
Ominous lead. He has now 7 points clear. Turning into one of our longer matches in this tie.
15.
Win this
8.
and the tie is theirs. Indonesia.
Play.
Oh, again that backhand. Oh.
He's got touch from everywhere on the court as well. He's toying with Dalvi here.
Ends it. Emphatically.
There is Alfie Farhan sat behind. Memento for Dalvi to take home a stinger into the body. Or into the arm.
Oh, very nicely done there.
Service over.
Dalvi.
9-16.
Needed something.
He's got some applause from Rob Golding as well. I like that he's just not shying away. He's still going out there with some confidence.
Ends that run of 4 points from Ubadillah. Doesn't last long.
Service over. 17. 9.
Away. He seems to have his little flourishes 10, towards the end of games.
17.
Get into double figures.
Very well read. I think he looked for that almost deception from Ubadillah there. Could have taken the shuttle early and done something else with it, but went for that double action, which takes more time. That is not easy.
Power there.
Service over. 18. 10.
It's incredible.
18. 10.
Missed the chance there. Badilla.
Service over. 11. 18.
Put away much harder opportunities, hasn't he? Very frustrating for him. Great reaction there. He surpassed his previous game's total, Dalby.
19-11.
Oh,
it's all going as
20,
well.
match point, 11.
He's got everything about his game. Mid-court driving rally. Just showboating now, Ibadilla.
Service over, 12, 20.
By the way, that shot that you talked about that earned him the shot of the year award, I mean, he beat off the likes of Axelsen and Antonsen and Lane to get the shot of the year. Big dive. I haven't seen the dive.
He had to dive 2 or even 3 times in defence of a smash, sort of thing. And he was diving that way because he had to guess, and he took it behind the back this way. Oh, he's gone wide.
30.
So similar to
20.
the last game where he saved a number of game points. These are match points now, of course, for Badilla.
See, look how amount of time it took for Dalby to get behind the shuttle off the lift then, compared to Badilla, who's then jumping up and hitting down. There's
14.
an explosiveness that's missing.
20.
Right.
W.
There's again, just this run.
Thank you.
3 in a row here.
Oh.
Yeah, 4 on the trot around this time of the last game. Yeah, it has been our most competitive match in that sense so far, certainly the longest. No deny, Badilla. Oh dear, after all that's going to annoy Dalby after what looked to be a decent finish for him. But this young man, remember that name, Mohammed Zaki Ubaidillah.
Yeah, phenomenal talent, and he's got to be up there. If you can argue who was the best 17-year-old badminton player in the world ever, he'd definitely be in the mix. He really would. You know, obviously with his son's world champion of that age as well, and I'm just talking about men's singles, but you know, we might be looking at a future world champion, a future Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we're seeing here.
Heard it here first. Putting it towards the fans. He's already enjoying himself. This is just his first ever Sudirman Cup match and first ever victory. More things to come from this young man. starts what he could possibly do. That's not the way he would have wanted to end things. So Mohammad Zaki Ubaidullah, 17-year-old from Indonesia, beats England's Nadim Dalvi 21-10, 21-14. It's taken 43 minutes to do it. Next up, it's women's singles. Esther Nurumi Triwardoyo of Indonesia takes on England's Freya Redfern. How about that for an evening shot of Xiamen, the Fenghuang Gymnasium? Look at that, the massive projection on the side of the stadium. We are next door in the Gymnasium. It is quite the futuristic structure, state-of-the-art venue this is, and worthy of hosting the TotalEnergies BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. Into the fourth match of this tie between Indonesia and England. Indonesians leading 3-0 now. And we're into women's singles next. Esther Nurumi Triwardoyo of Indonesia takes on Freya Redfern of England. What can you tell us about this one then, Bobby?
Well, I feel like I should find something slightly different to say than how I've started each of the matches so far in the tie. It's difficult. Again, Freya Redfern is having to play up to a new level to compete with Wardoyo in this match. And it's going to be a massive test for the English woman. But who knows? I mean, you look at the Indonesian lineup, and among the terrific names that are listed here today, I'd perhaps put Wardoyo sort of at the bottom of that list, without meaning any disrespect to her. She's not Tungren. Let's just say that. I mean, if it was Gloria Tungren playing here today, we'd be witnessing what we just saw in the match before, without perhaps Tungren falling apart for 4 or 5 points at the end, just taking her eye off the ball like we saw Ubaidullah a minute ago.
Yeah, Tungren not here. Been recently diagnosed with vertigo. getting that all sorted out, I'm afraid. But it does push Wardoyo into the heights of being one of the top women's singles players here.
There's a joke in there somewhere, I think. She's disappointed in you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm literally here all week. So, we start with Esther Narumi Triwardoyo, who is 20. 19, I should say, excuse me. Going to be 20 not too long from now. 170 centimeters tall, from Papua province, Jayapura, the capital. Her brother, older brother, of course, Chico Ora Triwardoyo. This is Freya Redfern. Who's 24, from the capital, London. At 163 centimeters tall. She is currently 151st in the world. The highest ranking is 101, was 101, excuse me. Part of the team that won that bronze medal at the European Mixed Team Championships, has been a runner-up at the Polish International. That was in 2023. So we are talking about the world number 34 against the world number 151. Still a huge gap in the rankings there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Waldani wasn't picked for women's singles today. I guess it's they've got options there. They're similarly ranked. Waldani's higher.
Yeah.
And equally, England have got options. I'm not exactly sure where they stand with Leona Lee, who they could pick for this one, and the newcomer to the team, as well as I mentioned earlier, Kirby Nan. I think she'll get a run out this week in the women's singles for England as well. So it is very much a development sort of effort again. It's only really in the mixed doubles where Callum and Estelle are now becoming an established pair in the English sort of mixed doubles hopes, and doing quite well.
So Xiaofeng is the Chinese umpire, and Trish Gubb from New Zealand is our service judge. Again, to give you just an idea of how their seasons have gone, Esther Narumi Triwardoyo has got to the semi-finals of the Ruicheng China Masters. That's a Super 100 opening round of the Asian Championship, so she's not really played all that much.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, England, represented by Freya Redfern. And on my left, Indonesia, represented by Esther Narumi Triwardoyo. England to serve, level, play.
Redfern to get us going here. Oh, that's a great start from Redfern.
One love.
And not so great there from Wardoyo.
Two love.
Redfern's season so far, quarter-final at Portugal International, second round exit at the European Championships, and opening round of the Swedish Open. So she too hasn't played an awful lot.
Service over. 1, 2.
You don't often hear of players having to take a break from vertigo, do you? I mean, there are people that think vertigo is the fear of heights, but actually it's the imbalance of the ear sort of liquid, isn't it? That makes you feel dizzy. And, That's the first time I've heard of that for a badminton player.
Cam, I mean, having met people who've had it before, Cam is really quite difficult to deal with. We're not entirely sure how severe it is. We hope that she gets it sorted out, but I mean, it's a big miss, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and of course the Tungjun would be massively looking forward to the Indonesia Open coming up in a month or so time.
Yeah.
Let's hope she's back to that.
Don't worry about Montoya. Now taking the last 5 points in a row. Easy finish there for Wardoyo.
6-2.
Oh, that's a lovely finish there from Redfern.
3 minutes over. 3-6.
It's a lovely touch, wasn't it?
Very nice.
Great technique. She's got to be careful here, Wardoyo, not to
4-6.
not to sort of assume she's going to run away with this. I think as she settles into the match, we'll see a little bit more consistency from the Indonesian. I mean, she's plays Super 750s and the like, you know, so.
Someone finished third at the World Juniors just 3 years ago. That's got the Indonesia Masters to her name. That's the Super 100 Indonesia Masters. Last year's Australia Open, she was runner-up.
3 minutes over.
Starting really to make headway on the World Tour. Still only 20.
Redfern's able to dictate a little in this match. We didn't see that at all, really, in the men's singles earlier. Some encouraging signs.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
There's a lot of nodding and smiles going on in the background. George Bevan, the singles coach, seems pretty happy with how Freya has begun this one.
8-5. Service over. 6-8.
Redfern's got to be pretty happy with the fact that she's right at the tail here of Wardoyo.
Service over. 9-6.
Oh, that's a great shot right to that corner.
Service over. 7-9.
There's a definite contest here. You know, this could be closer than we expect.
number of unforced errors though from Redfern.
10-7.
Can't think of cause.
Speaking to the English coaches earlier today, and I was asking them particularly about Kirby McGann. Her name's written slightly differently on the sheet. She's an old training partner of mine. When she was a junior, I played in with the Performance Centre in Bath under Pete Bush, with Kirby and the likes of Jess Hopton, England players. And Kirby's had some challenges and focused on her studies, and not necessarily been mentally or physically ready at times in those few years since I've known her, which is why she hasn't sort of exploded onto the scene. But there's an argument amongst many that actually, in terms of potential, Kirby was always England's number one, the best hope. You know, I hoped and thought she would have been England's top singles player for the last sort of, well, since Chloe Birch perhaps stopped playing singles. It hasn't been the case, but it's really great to see her now getting into this level and training full-time at the National Centre.
3-point lead, Wardoja. This is the closest scoreline we've had in the first game of any of these matches so far at the break.
Yeah, what I was going to say was Kirby's now settling, and it sounds like she's really improving physically. She's mentally ready. She's pushing hard, and she's fitter than she's perhaps ever been. We saw her knocking up the other day on the warm-up course. I suspect that players like Freya Redfern will feel that bit of pressure and perhaps have to decide, I really want this, I need to work harder, I need to stay ahead. And obviously we've got Leona Lee as well in there as well. So I think when you've got a group of players that are all pushing, somebody comes, bubbles to the top, and that only helps elevate the standards. If you're on your own, Toby Penty for the last few years was on his own since Raja retired. Who do you train against? Who do you care about catching you? You might never reach your potential because you weren't pushed by your peers, so to speak. And I think that's a really
it's comfortable, isn't it?
Exactly. You almost accept that we're not going to beat the Indonesians, so I don't have to try. But if you're competing for your own place in the squad,
different matter.
The levels all improve.
Well, look, this is great, isn't it, so far? Some good stuff as well, Redfern.
She's within one, and I'm really surprised. This is great for England.
10-11.
Similarly, Wardoja knows on the flip side of this, there's plenty of competition there. So you can't really afford to mess this up.
No, and there's established players through Indonesia, there's young players coming through.
All square.
11-0.
No English player or pair so far has had a lead at this stage of a game in any match up till now. Can Redfern be the first? Not yet.
Service over. 12-11.
Better. I want to see Freya do a little bit more with the return of serve, just like she did in that rally.
Service over. 12-14.
Easy finish there for Wardoja. Just as being chief cheerleaders there. Well, it's all of a sudden, I think it's almost as if Wardoyo told herself, you need to grab control of this. And she's really now being firmer with things here.
Looks to me like Wardoyo's realised Freya's actually using that sort of deceptive shot a little too often. It's always there's quite often a little hold and then the shot. Whereas if Wardoyo just takes the shuttle early and exposes that maybe lack of speed, she can get an advantage over Redfern here.
Well, 6 of the last 7 now, 7 of the last 8, Wardoyo.
18, 12.
Yeah, this is suddenly turned it on here, hasn't she?
19, 12.
It's better from Freya.
It's going to be out though. 8 game points now for Wardoyo.
20, game point, 12.
Well, that seemed to take just a minute or two. It was
that switch, right?
Was it 11 all, 12
yeah,
all, was it?
That's right. 11 all. Just when we were saying no one's taken the lead, and there she is, she's wrapped it up. So, 1 point in the last 11 for Freya Redfern.
Just simply moved into a different gear, didn't she, at the end?
And then she got comfortable in the end for Wardoyo after a very good start from Freya Redfern, 21-12.
Nanti bukannya nggak boleh nih, bola enak baru main sekali. Awalnya tadi kan turunnya nyerang terus, jadi banyak mati. Feelingnya nggak dapet, gitu ya. Ada kamu nurunin ngalusin bola, ada kamu mandangin bola, ya. Bola atasnya juga sama. Kalau nggak itu nggak usah kenceng, chop dulu, tes dulu, ya. Lob juga nggak masalah, yang penting kamu siap. Ya. Udah enak, feelingnya itu masuk. Ya itu, jadi kamu lariin, ininya lariin, bola halus, bola panjang dipakai. Kalau nggak bisa kencang.
Don't do anything like a reaction. Let's make sure that you
like that back in defence and a bit reactive.
Yeah, you've got to try and make it. Yeah. And that's the thing.
She contains, and then go quickly better. But the first one was just
great.
Yeah?
Like your pace in your shots.
You ready?
Second half, you just put the pace.
Up to 20 seconds. Second game. Labo. Play.
So much improved Wardoyo from the interval. After an 11-7 lead.
Redfern's firmly on the defensive though in that opening rally.
One love.
She genuinely has just gone up a gear, taking the shuttle quickly and early.
Now, I don't know whether she was listening to us, but I had actually said at the time, no English player has taken the lead at that stage of the game so far in this tie. It was at 11 all. And almost just then, not trying to take credit or anything, but
You're right. I think there's a pride thing. You don't want to be behind against.
Even if it is a brief one, right?
You believe you're much better than.
She just really didn't take her foot off the pedal. Redfern had this 3-point run to take it to 11-all. And all of a sudden, flip the switch.
Good from Freya.
Service over. 1, 2.
For the 4th match in a row, the England player or pair was on this near end in the 2nd game. Again, to reiterate, the previous 3 matches have seen an uptick in performance from England in that 2nd game. Not going so well at the moment though for Redfern.
1.
No, she seems there, and definitely can't afford those mistakes. That's just too much pressure.
5, 1.
She has won 12 of the last 13 points, Guardoyo.
What a recovery. Guardoyo looked out of that. And that return of serve. Falling apart for Freya Redfern.
Yeah, this isn't after some real promise in the first game. Some furrowed brows there. Succession of
Needs a bit of self-belief. That's
Yeah.
what it looks like.
But that was there in the first game. wasn't
Everything
it?
seems there.
Yeah.
And yet the head is just suddenly feels like she's intimidated all of a sudden.
There are timeouts in badminton. This might be the one to take. Just the coach is talking to her.
Top players will force that
In
break.
some way, yeah.
And actually, funnily enough, at the end of that men's singles where Ubadilla looked like he'd taken his pedal, you know, or foot off the pedal again, and Dalvi got 3 or 4 points in a row.
Yeah.
The Indonesian went over, asked for a towel break, spent a few minutes, you know, broke the momentum.
Yeah.
Simply by walking
Just
off court
by
for a towel break. Came back on court, Dalvi served in the net.
Good point. Very good point.
So these, you know, Freya's got to learn that a little bit about the game. You know, even in these kind of tournaments, break the momentum.
The gamesmanship.
You can't afford to get. You can't afford your opponent to get 6-7 points on the bounce. You just can't.
Yeah.
Not at this level.
No.
If you're gonna compete at this level, 3, maybe 4 at the most.
And then look to
I'd try
do
and break
something.
them at 2. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you've got to.
Especially if you're talking about with such a big disparity in the rankings, you know once they get on that momentum.
You've got to get gritty. You've got to fight back. You've got to stop them somehow. And even if that's a little bit of, like you said, sportsmanship, gamesmanship.
Power there from Guardoyo. Look at that.
11-3.
Massive. What a difference now. This is the first game in which the scoreline at the interval of the second game has not been as impressive as the first. In all the other matches we've had, a better second game from England.
Hey, we can do that a little bit more. At the moment, we've been straight attacking, and she can turn.
Yeah, Redfern sort of throwing this one away.
As long as we cover, cross attack, maybe we clear as well. Yeah. Alright, but bite on your shots when you're clearing, making sure you get the length because it's a bit slower this side.
Yeah.
And then let's go cross attack and see as long as we follow it. But we don't want her turning us. Alright? First 4 shots, though, mate. Your best when you're vacating. Alright?
11-3. Play.
So Badoyo, really, from 11-all till now, I mean, she's actually had a game's worth of points, and more. She's won 23 of the last 26 points.
13-3.
And it's just been a procession of points for her. Very impressive.
She's gone long, I think.
Service over.
So, rare bit of respite for Redfern.
Yeah, got a bit lucky there because Badoyo had read that return of serve.
And she's building this.
She came out in the first and she'd sort of taken the ball by the horns, hadn't she? Redfern was really up for it.
5-13.
Badoyo was laughing because she seemed to catch this on the half volley
Yeah.
and fire it into the A-board.
Couple of points in a row. First time she's done that in this second game. Just kills it off with the backhand there, Badoyo.
Service over. 14-5.
Just out.
Looked to be a little bit of right to left drift there.
Just going to say.
6-14.
It's always a good marker of drift, the women's singles. You just get that opportunity a bit more to see with the straight clears.
Badoyo challenges 4 in.
Well, it's only like the third challenge we've had today. One of which was unsighted. So your overall thoughts on while we wait this, the conditions here on the ends?
Does seem
the
endy.
Singles.
Yeah, you heard George Bevan talking to Freya Redfern in the break there about it's. I can't remember if he said it was quicker this end or slower this end or something, but something about the end was different to the first end. We need to adapt to that. And there was definitely a little bit of sideways drift in the previous point.
That's good.
The thing is, in these big arenas, depending on what the weather's like outside, will affect how much aircon you need inside, plus how many fans are in here keeping things warm, and therefore if the temperature goes up, they need more aircon.
So it can change by the hour, can't it?
I've heard players say that in places like the Axiata Arena in Malaysia, 2 hours later, then you've got a completely separate, different drift to how you started the day.
That's a very drifty place. It can be, can't it?
Yeah. And again, the drift on this court is going to be different to the drift on other courts. So depending where your tie is later in the week, it's a whole new challenge to adapt to. I mean, it's enormous in here. The ceiling is so
huge.
high.
Yeah, it's a massive arena. There's not that many fans. and it was pretty cool outside today.
I imagine there will be later in the week, and if China are in the
latter stages,
finals at the weekend,
15.
this place will be full.
It's been a bit better for Freya Redfern since the interval.
16, 8. Return Southern.
Five all since the interval, by the way.
Oh, she's got some power, Wartayo.
17, 8.
That smash did the damage, to be honest. And it's just the finish from mid-court. Oh, it's in.
Service over. 9, 17.
Played the conditions nicely. That was deep into the corner from Redfern.
Ten, 17.
Annoyed at herself there, Redfern.
Service over. 19, 10.
Nicely done, Mardoyo, relentless there.
As soon as she sort of smells blood, she's straight in, isn't she? I guess she's got something in her eye.
She wants a break. Medical time up there. Was it a contact?
Sometimes I've had it loads of times that when you overhit the shuttle and the feathers sort of disperse and break, you get you can get a bit of feather in your eye. That's quite common, but this could be anything.
19, 10.
Seems to be okay. Well, actually, no, maybe not. Could be just below the eye, just gone in, but she is going to continue. Only a couple of points from taking this match.
20, match point 10.
Still struggling, isn't she?
Yeah.
Blinking repeatedly.
10 match points.
Freya on the full stretch again. Goes wide.
So Wardoyo has been absolutely magnificent from about halfway through that first game. Up till then, it was fairly competitive.
Yeah, it seemed like she quickly got into sort of second or third gear, and at the break in the first decided she's got at least 1 or 2 gears to go up to, and as soon as she went there, it was no looking back. It was slightly. The first match, I'd say, slightly disappointing from England. I think Freya Redfern came out brilliantly in the first half and suddenly just lost all confidence. Everything fell apart. It was a shame.
After she drew level at 11 all, maybe the realisation of the situation, I'm not sure, but after that it was Wardoyo cruising till the end. So good win in the end for Esther Nurumi Triwardoyo of Indonesia against England's Freya Redfern, 21-12, 21-10 in half an hour. That leaves us with mixed doubles. Rino Rivaldi and Peter Haringtias Mentari of Indonesia take on England's Callum Hemming and Estelle van Leeuwen. And that is coming up next. The busy streets of Xiamen at night. Lots to see and do in this wonderful city, which has been rated one of the most livable in China. Right now, England are not able to live with Indonesia. They've come at them with full force and have won all 4 matches in straight games. We're now down to the last one. England looking to avoid a clean sweep if possible. And it's down to mixed doubles here to decide things. Rivaldi and Peter Haringtias Mentari of Indonesia are up against England's Callum Hemming and Estelle van Leeuwen. Indonesia, I would say, have rolled over England twice, 5-0. That was the first 2 times they met, 89 and 93 at the Sudirman Cup. Since then, there have been a few 3-2s and a couple of 3-4-1s. The last one was the last time they met in 2019. What do you think then, Bobby?
Certainly England have got more hope in this match. Callum and Estelle are starting to challenge in the senior circuits. Pretty good showing at the European Mixed Team Championships recently. And I'd like to see Estelle van Leeuwen just get back to that real fire, gritty sort of attitude she used to have. Saying that, I mean, these Indonesians are brilliant. He's great in the mid-court in particular, wonderful backhand, and she's great around the net. They are former world junior champions, those two. But these two are improving all the time, and certainly on paper at least, England's best hopes in this lineup today.
Well, despite being the closest match in terms of rankings, these two pairs have never met each other before. players first. Rinov Rivaldi. This player from Indonesia, 25-year-old. From Bekasi, West Java. 21 in the world. They have been higher at 9th. That was achieved at the end of 2022. Have won mixed doubles bronze in the Southeast Asian Games in 2019 and 2021. Mixed doubles World Junior Champions in 2017. Mentari is 25 from the capital Jakarta at just 157. They have won 3 titles together, including the Spain Masters last year. Callum Hemming up for England. 25 years of age, from Milton Keynes. Or Luton, excuse me. 28th in the world, that's his highest ranking. Destal Lewin. 20 years of age, she's from Milton Keynes, excuse me. And also plays some women's doubles. Irish Open and Dutch Open last year, they won together.
Ready to play?
Those are not on the HSBC BWF World Tour. So again, difference in the levels that they perform at, they play at. The Indonesian pair have won 3 titles on the World Tour. The Indonesian Masters Super 100 in 2018, the Spain Masters in 2021, and they won that again last year. They've been together since 2017, so a very established pairing. The English pair been together since midway through 2023. But you're saying that's one to really keep an eye out for. Bert van Korenbeek from Belgium, our umpire, and the service judge Yasan Sairali of Mauritius. Yeah, so this English mixed doubles pair, you said one to keep an eye out for, you said?
Yeah, they've been impressive throughout their junior careers. Obviously they're now a bit older, and I'd like to... Estelle sort of, she was one of the best in Europe in her age group at sort of 13, 14 years old.
England, represented by Callum Hemming and Estelle van Leeuwen. And on my left, Indonesia, represented by Rino Frivaldi and Pita Haningtyas Mentari. Indonesia to serve, Pita Haningtyas Mentari to Callum Hemming. Lovell. Play.
I think the interesting thing for me today is actually these two pairs are very similar in the way they play. Renoff and Callum both are both very similar players on a mixed doubles court. The battle's going to be interesting between Callum and Peter around the net. Estelle used to surprise a lot of people with... She's quite deceptive. You know, top players would come up against her and realise quickly, oh wow, this girl can actually play, and then she'd play a shot and snap to the net with the fist pumping and staring her opponents down, and there's that kind of fire that would cause problems, if you like, and she used to sort of ride on that, and suddenly, you know, it's game point and it's been a bit edgy, and she'd come through, and more recently we haven't sort of seen that attitude.
What do you think that's down to?
I just think she's now playing on the World Tour, playing on the top level, and coming up against players which perhaps she's admired for years and whatever, and it's hard to then, let's say she's playing against top 10 in the world in mixed,
3-1.
You know, would you really start pumping your fist at the likes of Hwang Ya-cheong and, you know, I don't know, I just... Or perhaps she's now getting old enough to be a bit more mature, which has settled that down. But actually, I think it used to gain her points.
It's interesting because they've certainly played a lot more badminton this
Service
year.
fault, goal,
Service fault
too
as
high.
well. And
service over.
yeah, okay, 5-4.
2.
There've been a number of early exits. Smash serve from
Service
Rivaldi.
over.
4 first rounds: All England, India Open, Germany Open, and Swiss Open.
Quite big tournaments, though.
Those are big ones.
Compared to what we've seen so far today for England, those tournaments you just listed were unheard of for everybody else we've seen so far.
Exactly.
So that's where they're playing. They're starting to play at that level now.
Yeah.
5-3.
And they got to the second round of Malaysia Open, which is 1,000.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals of the European Championships. And you just look at their opponents.
6.
Who've not really played very much. Yeah, they got to the quarters of the Asian Championships recently, but before that, 2 first-round exits at the Indonesia Masters and the Thailand Masters. So actually, they've had a lot more badminton under their belts this year. Coming in Van Leeuwen.
Trying a bit too much.
Service over. 4-6.
Yeah, they are by far the highest ranked player or pair here of Team England today. There was some expectation, I'm sure.
It's nice for Callum Hemming to get through with the smash.
7-4.
I was chatting with Callum Hemming this morning at breakfast, actually in the hotel, and the good thing is he's pretty well rested. I was complaining about jet lag. He said, "Oh, mate, I had 9-10 hours sleep last night, same the night before." I was very jealous.
They've obviously been here a lot longer than you have.
I think only the day before they came in.
7.
Yeah.
That's even more frustrating for you then.
Yeah.
Still got that 1 point lead though.
7.
It's really nicely played by the English. Oh, wonderful shot and a great recovery. What a rally that was. Already the standard is
7-all.
It's more what we'd come to expect at the Sudirman Cup.
Right.
What about that pickup? It's brilliant.
Don't forget last year they...
Service over. 8-7.
Sorry, towards the end of 2022, as I said, they were a top 10 pair.
Yes, the Indonesians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, they hit some heights there, haven't they? Maybe just gone off the boil a little.
Was that, did you say that was the back end of last year?
No, 22.
Ah.
Nine, 7.
Just look at last year. I mean,
great interception there from Estelle.
best performance in terms of a major tournament was the Denmark Open, the Super 750. Got to the quarters.
Great confidence from Van Leeuwen. That's what we haven't seen a lot of today. It was just with an ease. She took them on at the net. Ah.
Oh, she's done well there, Van Leeuwen.
Wonderful.
What a shot.
After all that excitement, just to have the calmness, the audacity almost,
8, 9.
to come out with this shot, Rivaldi.
Rooted.
English just stood and watched. That's the best rally I think we've seen today.
Yeah, that was a wonderful rally, wonderful winner.
Brilliant from Van Leeuwen. That's what we need to see.
10-8.
Under a little bit of pressure in defence, she's taking it well below the net. So just calmly back yourself, confidence to play it tight to the net. We haven't seen enough of that in the doubles.
Weren't particularly pleased about that point, but Beth and Horenbeck unmoved.
Callum's got to be careful there.
Serves over. 9-10.
Turns the shuttle and lays off really nicely, Callum Hemming. Going challenging Rivaldi in the mid-court with the power is probably not the answer. What a save from Estelle.
Yeah. Doing so well. But we are all square here at 10-all. This is
10-all.
the best match we've had in terms of balance.
Okay.
That's the one time Estelle decided to just relift instead of blocking and following to net. I want to see her continue to back herself there.
So, Hemming and Van Leeuwen were in danger of perfect at intervals.
For 20 seconds. (11-10). Play.
You nodded ahead a couple times during that interval?
I was more pleased with myself because from what George and Rob was saying was exactly what I was saying throughout most of that opening half of the game. Callum was laying off nicely, finding gaps. When he started challenging the mid-court with power, that's when he was getting undone and getting beaten by Rivaldi. And the tactic was to sort of keep doing that. And for Estelle to keep challenging at the net because she's been all over Mentari so far. And again, I was saying throughout that opening half, you know, I want to see Estelle just keep doing what she's doing there instead of sort of backing off and lifting. There we go, there we go.
Right. Nice
Serves over.
At the net there from Van Leeuwen.
11-12.
Confidence, you see. Rivaldi smashed at her. She just stood up to it and followed it in her own block. Sometimes that's easier said than done because you're on the back foot, you hit a block shot, and you know, to have the confidence to think that shot's got enough quality that I can follow it in and get on top of the net. That in itself is quite difficult.
13-11. Serves over. 12-13.
Very, very competitive. Oh, again, very nicely done from Van Leeuwen. Rallies here.
Yeah, just one shot went wrong for the English, but it was a really nice follow-up from the Indonesians. Again, Mentari just stepping in and poking the shuttle down in the mid-court. Gets her partner the lift.
Both of them on the ground there for a second.
Again, confidence. Callum Hemming shaped to hit hard and then just guided the shuttle.
13-14.
Flooring both the Indonesians. This is a really even battle. If you look at the body language of the two, the English look pumped here, and these two look like they're worried about putting a zero on the board.
Thinking about that, right? It's in the back of their minds.
Yeah.
They don't want to be the pair that does that. As we said, England have avoided a clean sweep in their last 6 outings against Indonesia.
Brilliant.
St. Louis, that's in.
Everything about that rally.
Serves over.
Oh.
15-13.
No challenge. That looked good.
I'm quite surprised by that.
Well, it's been
That
one of
was a
those
great
shots that just comes through flat, I suppose. It's
but
it's a shame, though, because the English did everything right.
Yeah.
Clever shot.
Done well. Oh, they've defended that. Oh, somehow didn't win that point, and maybe just makes up for that last one.
15.
I thought Rivaldi went with that slower drop shot. That shot drew her in, and surely they were going to finish this. Tense. They look tense, the Indonesians.
That looked nailed on, didn't it?
Yeah.
And yet,
as did the previous rally for, I think it was Estelle.
Told to leave it.
Serves over. 16-14.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of any game so far, in this tie, this has been by far the closest one.
Actually been a contest.
Yeah, it has been. Absolutely.
Good return.
Just the 1 point.
Serves over.
Let's get forwards.
15-16.
Everyone heard that.
Have we seen those two on the edge of their seats until this moment?
It has not been squeaky bump time until now.
Full. Serves over. 17-15.
Every time they get close, just Indonesia managing to relieve the pressure a little.
It's a great serve.
18-15.
It span, it tumbled, it caught the net, everything.
Just builds a little useful 3-point cushion at this business end of the first game. Very nicely done by Rivaldi. Oh!
Save Mentari. Look at the smiles on Vita Marissa and her colleague there. Clever return because both of the Indonesians are out of position. How did Estelle miss this?
Yeah, this was what makes up for the miss earlier from Rivaldi. It's a fantastic dive, isn't it? Haven't seen too many dives today. In fact, might be the first one that I can recall. They've just suddenly
20
Yeah.
Accelerated here.
Got rattled, didn't they? Under the pressure of the occasion, the chance.
Maybe a little like
to
Wardoyo.
convert.
Sort of situation.
Yeah.
5 game points here. Well, it was looking a little dicey for a bit.
Indonesia.
It was quite the match that it was shaping up to be. And at 16-15, the Indonesians turned it on. So, Ronaldo and Matari take the first game against Badminton Van Leeuwen, 21-15.
Setelah dia bola balik itu kan bisa belok, banyak ada lagi bola situ itu masih bikin kamu aja belok, ya keren gitu ya.
Pokoknya boleh kalau udah di bawah, ceweknya pasti begini kencang banget setengahnya, ya. Jadi kalau udah di bawah, lu berani mainin aja, lu nyilang, kalau enggak manjangin sekalian, jangan lu kasih enak, jangan kasih sambungan.
Dia masuk semua gitu
kan, kebanyakan pasti setengah. Dari situ ngatur lu yang ngatur lu, kadang bisa kenceng, kadang bisa silang. Sama kalau dapat bola di bawah,
ya. Tadi
jangan
bola bawah,
jadi kalau diajak bolanya
kamu masih bisa gitu dulu. Kalau bawah kamu mainin cek,
seperti
tapi kalau belok kamu jagain lagi.
Kalau nggak lu bergerak
kan jagain, jadi boleh main di situ aja.
Good ending to that game for the Indonesians there. Perhaps a bit of frustration.
Court 2, 20 seconds.
The English pair, because they played really well.
We can't forget that whilst this Indonesian pair aren't
Second
at
game.
their best, even though they're still quite young, you know, they were top 10 two and a bit years ago, and they seem to have dipped off. They're still a quality pair.
Yeah.
World Junior champions under 19s, and that's not easy in mixed. But that freedom the English were playing with for most part of the first seemed to just fall away at the end. When the tension got on, the final point, for example, of that opening game, that I think Estelle had a chance to just wait and turn the shuttle cross net, and instead she prods it to mid-court, and then they play into the open space, and then the English were in trouble. I think the English were doing that to the Indonesians for quite a lot of the opening game.
Serves over 1-0.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they've hit the heights of top 10, whereas right now, having Van Leeuwen, they're at the peak of their rankings.
Just inside the top 30, I think. 28, 29, I think, something like that.
2-1.
Better from the English. It's all about finding that space. Whether it's in attack or defence, it's not the power that's going to win it. Only if they get a real clean-cut opportunity. Otherwise, just finding that space seems to be a tactic that's worked for them.
Valdi and Montari go on to win about 60% of their matches after taking the first game.
Serves over 2-3.
A lot of work for these two. get through than the previous matches in the tie. That's nice, good defense. That's more like it.
Serves over 4-2.
Got that confidence back.
Big chat here.
Five, 2.
Something there that was just.
Oh.
No, that was not a. No, no. That was not a delay. Then it would have been called.
Oh, I think-
6-2.
Yeah, I think the English get the point.
No. I didn't call a fault.
Somebody said the word fault, didn't they?
Is that what you heard?
I heard from someone. Sounded like a female voice though. And I wonder whether it was Mentari.
Okay, right.
No. Uh-oh.
Service over.
Not so often the case. Just one poorly selected shot.
Well, Hemming and Van Leeuwen, they go on to win 61% of their matches, having lost the first game, by the way.
You love this stat today, don't you?
Yeah, just
useful.
Throw that in there. Why not?
What about who wins most matches when it goes to 3?
Your wishes, Michael.
I'll set you a challenge now.
4,
Is that?
6.
That could well happen today.
Serves over 7-4.
It's 63% for the English pair, by the way. If it goes to 3, they win.
No, 7-4.
And Indonesians at 56. Again, we must reiterate that Rivaldi and Mentari are constants on the World Tour.
8-4.
The English pair haven't played so much on that World Tour. That would have a little bit of a bearing on it.
It's not the best serve, but ooh, I was about to say they got away with it.
Serves over.
Quite annoyed by that, Van Leeuwen.
5-8.
Jonathan Christie looks fully focused on this still, doesn't he?
Chomping at the bit, wondering when he's going to be called into action.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Oh, that is being challenged. I thought that looked pretty good.
Indonesia challenges called in.
That was very well placed.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining.
Tell you what, that's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
I agree.
9-5.
It actually looks like it was well inside the back line at first glance.
Yeah, worth a shout for sure. This might be the biggest lead I think any of the England players have had.
Yeah, without doubt today, I don't think they've been ahead much, and when they have, it's only been by... Well, have they been ahead? I think Freya Redfern pulled level at one point.
I think the early stages, Dalby was against Ubedra in the second game. Very right at the start.
3-2.
1-3-2, yeah.
Great rally again.
Ten, 5.
Well read. Bracket up high, ready to intercept.
Very nice 5-point lead here.
And quite a few of those chances the English have missed.
Full. 7-10.
Chip away at that.
That's more like it.
So for the first time in this entire tie, England go into an interval in the lead of a match. Well, at least in the game, I should say. Having lost the first game, they are up 11-7 in game 2.
Full of,
Lewin.
yeah, full of confidence as well in this seconds. They just lost the plot at the end of the first. Great to see them challenging again.
Rino. 11-7. Play.
England team still in full support. Don't quite have the numbers as their opponents. Sat next to them, just behind the end of Van Leeuwen and Hemming, actually, those two teams sat looking on.
Well. Serve 13-8.
It's tidy work from Estelle Van Leeuwen. It seems the Indonesians finally feeling some pressure today. Since the start, the body language hasn't looked all that confident for Rivaldi and Mentari.
Yeah, you picked up on that pretty early.
And it wasn't until the end of the first that that changed around.
Challenges on here for them to turn this around.
England fans looking on want this one to get tight, because the Indonesians so used to playing at that higher level and playing on the World Tour, feeling that crowd and pressure. They'll be used to that, and I think that's what happened at the end of the first.
Yeah. Right now, it's a very healthy 6-point lead here.
Good serve.
Serves over. 16-10.
Great return of serve from Mentari. Pouncing on the loose serve.
11-16.
Oh, well left.
Serves over.
Looking quite out of sorts here.
17-11.
It's all about confidence with these two, Van Leeuwen and Hemming. Van Leeuwen in particular. She's the one that we have to rely on to be able to take on the Indonesian attack and get English back on top. Same can be said for Mentari, of course.
18-11.
England with a real hope here of taking a game now, their first game of this entire tie, forcing a rubber. The opportunity to prevent that clean sweep.
I can feel the sort of self-belief in the faces of these two. You know, the Indonesians have been a top 10 pair. What does it say now? How much confidence does that build for Hemming and Van Leeuwen to be able to take the match to these two?
Absolutely. This is huge.
Who, quite frankly, are falling apart in this second game. They're really, suspect they've almost given up the fight and going to see how it plays out in the third.
Out. Serves over. 12-19.
I mean, they've not really come close to them. They've been in front pretty much from the start. Pair.
Oh, it's a bad miss.
Well, this is where maybe the experience and pedigree of Rivaldi and Mentari should, in theory, come into play. It's the business end. They've been in these pressure situations before. And this is their
14,
best run
19
of the second game. that might be going out.
Good rally.
Oh, Van Leeuwen survived, and we've got 6 game points for the English pair.
14.
Coaching staff look like they were getting nervous, don't they? George and Rob down there.
I think Indonesia's could have left one of those shots early in the piece.
The interesting thing is
15,
the result here could make a big difference to the campaign of the Indonesians.
Well, as in dropping a game?
Dropping a match.
A match,
if
sorry.
They dropped a match in the tie.
Yeah. In the final countback.
I think it's that.
Game.
So our first game for England in this tie.
Second game won by
final
England.
match as well.
21,
and it means
15.
For the first time,
1 game all
between Indonesia and England here in the Sudirman Cup 2025, we are going to a rubber.
Yeah, I think it's going to. The likelihood is it'll come down to Denmark and Indonesia going through the group. But who goes through in top spot will therefore avoid the winner of another group, and if you end up going through in second, because if Denmark beat England 5-0, they'll top the group. Indonesia will have potentially won 4-1 between them. I don't know.
That would come down. It would come down to those two, right, when they play each other.
Yeah. But then a 3-2 win, but a lost match to England compared to a 3-2 win and a 5-0 defeat of England. Yeah. Getting a bit ahead of myself, I know, but it all matters. That's the one good thing about these group stages, and they all go to 5. All 5 matches count. I mean, if you end up coming second and playing China in the next round, for example.
Yeah, can you imagine if that's the the way it's drawn? Well, they've got to pick themselves up, and these two will be flying at the moment, having.
I might be talking nonsense there, you know. I think China were drawn as A1 and Indonesia as D1, which puts them on opposite sides. I seem to recall.
Final game.
Let me.
Low ball. Play.
Yes, A1 and D1.
But that's assuming they both win their groups.
Yeah.
If somehow Denmark can come through. It's a brilliant rally. They're full of fight again. Coming out in the decider.
1-love.
Well, England would desperately want to get one on the board. That's for sure. I can see what Van Leeuwen was trying to do that. Difficult from where she was.
1-all.
There's a real fight on the cards here.
Thinking about the lineup and the outcome of this group, actually, the prospect of Denmark and Indonesia going at it is
tasty.
Yeah,
very much so.
Serves over. 2-1.
Both nations with terrific men's singles lineups. Women's singles arguably could be quite even. depends on the day. Women's doubles equally, relatively even. Men's doubles depends on Kim and Anis, but I think they were terrific earlier today, so I think they're back on form. And Jesper Toft and Amelia Magaland have been brilliant lately. We'll certainly take it to these two.
Yeah, and this is the point, that this doesn't serve them well to do badly here, to lose perhaps, going into what could be a crunch match later.
Great shot from Hallam, that backhand.
Oh,
changed his call, the line judge.
It's going to be challenged.
Out.
Tight, very, very tight.
Change it to out.
Umpire realised the call was actually changed to out.
And that's why he just clarified again.
Yeah. Initially,
what do
it
you think?
In and then out. I think it's out because for a line judge to change his or her mind, it's unusual.
Oh, well out. Well done.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining.
It was probably the indecision from the
3-1.
It's a good way to get a pair or a player to use up a challenge, isn't it? To change your mind at the very last second. If you're unsure as the line judge, your one job is to sit there and watch that line if the shuttle's in or out.
If you're unsure, then
if you're unsure,
of course you go for it.
I think I'm going to challenge this.
Yeah. I mean, they've really got to turn. They've got to do a Wardoyo here, don't they? Rivaldi and Mentari to get back into this, to click.
Yeah.
Even Ubaidullah at one point in the second game had to kind of turn it on again.
They're not playing at the level that put them inside the top 10 in the world, so they've got a way to go. But it's Hemming and Van Leeuwen having a brilliant match. Quick from Estelle. Brilliant.
That's out.
Oh, another late call from the line judge. I was sat there watching, and she took an age to decide if this was wide.
Well, to me, that looks so
I think
clearly
it was out.
Yeah, it looks so clearly out.
Yeah. Big gap to go for, though. The panic on Walteo's face. Mentari's face. Talking about Walteo again.
Late.
So Mentari
Serves over.
and
4-3.
Rivaldi still trailing.
It's a great shot. Absolutely brilliant shot.
Zeno, can you check?
Okay. Yes, quickly.
We talked about Bits of gamesmanship. Just eating up a little bit of time here, perhaps.
It's absolutely trying to break that rhythm, that momentum. The English seem to be gelling really well. And after that blip at the end of the first, they're right back where they need to be, and they're just growing in confidence again. Can't fault Rivaldi at all for trying to prevent that momentum continuing.
Serves over 4-all.
This is now the longest match in the tie, eclipsing the 43 minutes we had between Baidula and Dalvi. Up fist there from Mentari.
I might have seen another challenge there, but no.
Oh, we're really scrapping away for each and every point now, aren't we? Going back and forth here.
It's much more like what we're used to commentating on the World Tour, isn't it? She gets to the net so quickly when she senses the opportunity.
6-5.
Yeah, they're a lot livelier now, aren't they, the English bench?
That is brilliant. Oh, what a touch. Small double action, just to hold, keep the Indonesians away before laying off. Couldn't have played this any better. Caught the net on the way through. I think it's landed in.
Oh. 8-5. Going quite nicely at the moment for Xiamen and Van Leeuwen.
I'm really glad to see that they've used those recent performances as a springboard to get to this kind of level. I was impressed with them at the European Championships, European Games. Tom Jikel and Delphine Delroux, they really took it to them.
Serves over 6-8.
Another pair hovering around the top 10 in the world. And they weren't far away, you know.
We talked about Tufton Island earlier. Xiamen and Van Leeuwen lost to them 17 and 18. Not bad.
Is that at the European
Championships?
Yeah.
You were talking about the games, weren't you?
I was commentating on that one. It was, they're on a slightly different level at the moment. Tufton, Netherlands, they're a few World Tour titles since last summer, and making it a 3-0 win for Denmark at the European Mixed Team Champs and winning the European Championships individuals.
Serves over 9-7.
Oh, see, that's nice from Estelle. not afraid, not lifting out in defence under pressure.
That's a lovely shot from Rivaldi.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yes.
Terrific.
8-9.
See, that's the shot. I think Castell, if she can continue to keep challenging at the net, instead of lifting this one. Don't
So you
give
didn't step
Rivaldi
up
the
a bit
chance.
more?
I mean, she made the shot comfortably. She wasn't under physical pressure. Instead of lifting it back out into that corner, she could have just blocked it to the net and taken on mentality.
9-0.
Well, they've forced their way back into this. The Indonesian pairing.
Superb.
Service over. 10-9.
She made that look easy.
Oh, did well to dig that out.
She did well again, Estelle. She's playing with tons of confidence at the moment. Oh, Callum Hemming did a full 360. Wasn't sure what was going on.
That's out. 10-all.
Service over. Still court. 10-all.
Lots of chat going on here between Hemming and Van Leeuwen.
Great touch again from Hemming. That is brilliant.
Service over. 11-10.
So at the interval here,
Interval.
the English
Change
pair
end.
are up by 1. Slender lead. Hemming and Van Leeuwen. 11-10 in game 3.
Kamu depan udah ngadu aja, ngadu taruh ya. Biar aja si ini. Jadi kalau depan gini berarti total udah kamu dibelok, kamu cepatin aja. Itu aja dulu. Ya, kan lebih nggak capek kan. Tapi kalau dia buka, kamu lo di sistem kamu apa masuk. Kamu taruh lagi. Non sabar dikit, 1 detik. Kamu ikut lagi istirahat. Kamu sambutan apa? Kamu yang ya. Ayo, bisa.
11-10. Play.
So into the final part of this match now. The English pair in front.
Service over. 11-all.
This is where the odds swing back in the favour of the Indonesians, purely on experience. Yeah, and what we saw in the first, for me, the beginning of the match, the English were on top,
11.
all the way to about 16-all. It looked like they were confident, they were dictating. But when it really mattered, when it came to it, they just lost their nerve a little bit and stopped playing with as much confidence and creativity.
The Indonesians now moving in front.
English coaches suddenly look a little bit more concerned, don't they? Hands over mouths. Good attacking, good mix-up from Callum Henning.
Well, this would be the biggest win for them as a pairing, Hemming and Van Leeuwen.
Yeah.
In terms of beating a higher-ranked pairing. And of course, that's in your mind somewhere, Bobby.
It is, and it's hard to say. I think that's a personality thing, isn't it? For some people, they ought to be able to play with freedom, you know, massive underdogs, so to speak. But once you've got the belief that you think you can do it, and then you get the chance to do it, it's a different mindset again.
Sure.
Loose shot from Rivaldi, Miguel Harris and co. Still cheering on. Wow. Some power from
Atari.
Yeah. That's lovely.
15, 14.
Look at that touch and the anticipation again previously from Van Leeuwen. They're really putting pressure on Mentari.
Too clear now. Well, the Indonesian pair haven't lost to a lower-ranked pairing since the Australian Open 2023. That was Chen Xing and Cheng Fang Hui.
Serious statistics today, Shazad. This is impressive.
Well, number 33 then. They were 17th in the world. This would be really quite disappointing from their perspective.
Well reached. That's clever as well.
Oh, nicely done.
That was played with a lot of quality from that lay position.
Mentari again into the net.
The forecourt in mixed is absolutely a confidence game, more so than I'd say any other part of or discipline in badminton. You have to be confident enough to absorb the attack and turn it into your own.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier just to be, no, I'm not, I don't want to get involved here, I'll just lift it out. That's so much easier.
And they're on a roll here, the English pair.
18, 14.
5 in a row. At a crucial time. They were 13-14 down.
English need 2 of the next 4 points for me still. It's not all over this. If they can get 1 or 2 early.
Oh, she missed that, Van Leeuwen. And she's missed that one too.
15, 18.
This is a massive point. If the Indonesians win this next one, we're right back on again, I think, because nerves are very much at stake and very much in play here for both pairs. God, she had to cover a big distance there, Van Leeuwen.
That's pretty good there from Mentari.
Yeah, big touch again, Mentari. Well read.
Snaffled by Callum Hemming. 2 away.
19-15.
Sharp up. He was in quick. Serves in the match.
Serves over 16-19.
Well, it's this now that sets apart the top 10 in the world from the rest, really.
Now they're looking to pile the pressure on.
Slam dunk finish.
17-19.
Still 2 away.
Touch from Callum Hemming.
So pirouettes, it's in, it's good.
They were praying, he put everything into that one shot. They completely lost position. Momentum's back with the Indonesians, crazy as it sounds.
You're talking about 2 of the next 4, something like that.
Yeah.
That the English had to win. Oh, they have been very, very ruthless these last few points. Clinical. They've had to be.
They have, and they've been more aggressive than the English. What was the lead? 18-13 or something? 18-14?
15 it was. Well, they have had their own 5-point run here.
Unbelievable comeback.
Wow.
From the Indonesians. I did say it sets it apart. It's doing it like this under that pressure when it really matters. That's what top players have to be able to do, and today haven't been able to do it.
That is some outstanding stuff at the end there. Heartbreak for England, who look to be heading towards victory, and that means that the Indonesians have got a clean sweep here. But it looked like it wasn't on the cards.
21-15.
And you got a feel for Hemming and Van Leeuwen there.
21.
I feel, I mean, as an Englishman and part of Badminton England myself, I feel quite gutted, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
It feels like I've just watched England lose another penalty shootout to Germany in the World Cup or something. They had it, it was all there, and suddenly they're under that pressure. But credit to Mentari and Rivaldi for just digging deep, staying in it. And at the end, when it mattered, in Game 1 and in Game 3, they turned it on. They played with some confidence and some assertiveness and just battled through.
Yeah, right at the business end, when it mattered.
They were superb at times today, Van Leeuwen and Hemming.
They really were.
Absolutely superb, but just not at the 2 crucial times.
6 points on the trot right at the end, being the difference. And Rino Rivaldi and Peter Haningtyas Mentari of Indonesia beat England's Callum Hemming and Estelle Van Leeuwen 21-15, 15-21, 21-19. And And that is just over an hour. There are the results for you. By the way, it is the first clean sweep for Indonesia over England since 1993. Since then, there have been 6 ties between the two, and they've avoided the clean sweep. So Indonesia will be delighted that they've now had their 3rd clean sweep against England in 9 ties at the Sudirman Cup. So fantastic result there for Indonesia. And this is what happens here tomorrow, day 2. Plenty of action on both courts 1 and 2. And there are 2 sessions again, starting at 9:30. Until then, have a great rest. Look forward to all the action tomorrow at the Sudirman Cup.